Why do some people retire rich, while others with the same income struggle their whole lives? It's not luck. It's not intelligence. It's not even financial knowledge. It's behavior. It's psychology. It's how you think about money when things get hard, when markets crash, when temptation rises, when fear kicks in. In The Psychology of Money, Morgan Housel uncovers the shocking truth. You can be brilliant and still make dumb money decisions. Because money is not just a numbers game, it's a mind game. This book isn't about what to do with your money. It's about understanding why we do what we do, so you can stop sabotaging your future and finally take control. Introduction: The Greatest Show on Earth. Let me take you behind the curtain of something most people think they understand, but few truly do. I spent my college years parking cars at a luxury hotel in Los Angeles. Every night I watched the wealthy walk in and out, business tycoons, entertainers, Silicon Valley disruptors. But one man stood out. He wasn't just rich, he was brilliant. A tech executive who had patented a vital component of Wi-Fi technology in his 20s. He had started and sold multiple companies, made millions, and was the poster child for what many dream of becoming. But here's the twist. He was financially reckless. He carried a literal brick of cash in his pocket, flashed it around like a badge of honor, bragged about his wealth, loud and sloppy, even to people who had no interest in listening. One day, on a whim, he handed thousands of dollars to a hotel staff member and told him to buy gold coins from the shop down the street. An hour later, he and his buddies were at the dock, skipping the coins across the Pacific Ocean like they were pebbles, laughing, drunk, careless. Later that week, he shattered a lamp in the hotel restaurant. The manager told him it would cost $500. He scoffed, pulled out his wad of bills, peeled off $5,000 and shouted, "Here, take it. And don't insult me like that again." It looked like confidence, but it wasn't. It was insecurity wrapped in arrogance and stupidity masked as wealth. Years later, I found out he went broke. And this right here, is the heart of this book. Doing well with money isn't about being smart. It's about how you behave. And behavior is the hardest part of finance. Because here's the brutal truth. A genius can ruin themselves financially by being impulsive, greedy, or insecure. And on the flip side, an ordinary person with patience, humility, and discipline can quietly build a fortune. Let me introduce you to Ronald James Reed. He wasn't a CEO. He wasn't an investor on Wall Street. He was a janitor from Vermont. Reed was the first in his family to graduate high school. He hitchhiked to school every day. He worked at a gas station for 25 years, then swept floors at JCPenney for another 17. He lived in the same small house for most of his life. His hobbies included chopping wood and fixing cars. When he passed away at 92, no one expected headlines. But then the world learned he was worth over $8 million. That's not a typo. He quietly left $2 million to his family and $6 million to his local library and hospital. People were stunned. How? The answer wasn't magic. He saved a little. He invested in blue-chip stocks. He waited for decades. That's it. Now contrast that with Richard Fuscone, a Harvard-educated Merrill Lynch executive, praised for his brilliance, listed in 40 Under 40, retired in his 40s to become a philanthropist. But during the 2008 financial crisis, he went bankrupt. His $90,000 a month mansion was foreclosed. His Palm Beach home was seized. "I currently have no income," he told a judge. He had all the tools, education, experience, connections, but he was crushed by overconfidence and leverage. So what separated these two men? It wasn't intelligence, it wasn't pedigree, it wasn't luck, it was behavior. Ronald Reed was patient, Richard Fuscone was greedy. And that's the lesson most people miss. In money, behavior, knowledge. Because unlike other fields, medicine, architecture, engineering, where expertise rules, money doesn't reward brilliance, it rewards discipline. No one expects a janitor to perform a heart transplant better than a Harvard surgeon. But in finance, that's exactly what happens. And it's why this book matters more now than ever. We live in a world obsessed with financial advice, stock tips, credit scores, budgeting apps, and market predictions. Yet most people still live paycheck to paycheck, still bury themselves in debt, still panic when markets drop, still chase get-rich-quick schemes. Why? Because money is not taught like it should be. We teach it like physics. Formulas, graphs, calculators. But money is psychology, emotions, fears, dreams, identity. Knowing you should save doesn't mean you'll save. Knowing how markets work doesn't mean you won't sell in a panic. Knowing interest rates won't stop someone from maxing out a credit card when they feel inadequate or stressed. Two things affect everyone: health and money. But while healthcare has evolved through science, finance is still stuck in behavior. That's what this book is about. It's not a guide to investing formulas. It's not a blueprint to beating the market. It's a mirror. It will show you how your habits, emotions, upbringing, ego, environment, and even luck shape the way you think about money, and how understanding those forces can lead to a more meaningful financial life, not just richer, but more secure, more peaceful, and more aligned with what actually matters. This isn't theory. This is real life. 20 short chapters, each one built on a powerful story. Each one designed to challenge what you think you know and inspire you to take control of your financial behavior before it takes control of you. Let's begin. Because whether you're 18 or 50, broke or building, this isn't just about money. It's about the psychology of everything that drives it. And it may just be the most important lesson you'll ever learn. Chapter 1. No One's Crazy. A story about why people do wild things with money. Let me take you back to a quiet evening in Los Angeles. A middle-aged man walks into a gas station. His hands are weathered, his jacket frayed, he earns just above minimum wage, works double shifts, and barely has enough left over to pay rent. But before he heads home, he buys a $10 scratch-off lottery ticket. Now pause. That single act might make you shake your head. You might think, he can't afford that. Why throw away $10 like that? But what if I told you that man isn't crazy? In fact, what if I told you no one is? People do strange things with money. Emotional things, risky things, illogical things. And yet, behind every dollar spent, every investment, every debt, every scratch-off, there's a story. A reason that feels perfectly rational to the person doing it, even if it looks reckless to you. We don't see the same world. Money decisions are not made in spreadsheets. They're made in living rooms, at kitchen tables, in the middle of sleepless nights, and under the weight of childhood memories and grown-up fears. We're not playing the same game. We're not even on the same field. A young woman who grew up during the 2008 financial crash watched her parents lose their home. To her, the stock market isn't a vehicle for wealth. It's a snake pit. A man born into generational wealth sees risk as opportunity. But the woman who was raised on food stamps, she sees risk as the beginning of loss. The way we view money is shaped not just by what we learn, but by what we live through. So while one person might sprint toward cryptocurrency with wild optimism, another might stash cash under a mattress, haunted by memories of a collapsing bank in their youth. Neither is crazy. They just carry different scars. Experience is the greatest teacher and the most biased one. Economists Ulrich Malmendier and Stefan Nagel once dug through 50 years of American financial data. What they found wasn't just about numbers. It was about stories, specifically the ones we start telling ourselves early in life. If you were raised during high inflation, you'll probably distrust bonds. If you grew up when the stock market boomed, you'll likely invest more aggressively. If you watched your family struggle paycheck to paycheck, you might value security over growth forever. In other words, your financial choices aren't just driven by logic. They're driven by the time and place you grew up in, and how that time made you feel. This is why we disagree about money. Ever wondered why money arguments feel so personal? Because they are. Tell someone their investment strategy is wrong, and you're not just challenging their math. You're questioning their identity, the way they've learned to protect themselves, to feel safe, to dream. That's why a billionaire might scoff at someone buying lottery tickets, and why someone living below the poverty line might feel hope in those very same tickets. For many, a $2 lottery ticket isn't a foolish financial move. It's the only moment in their week where they feel like they might have a chance to win something. Anything. To you, that may seem irrational. To them, it's relief. It's escape. It's a dream, even if it's improbable. Why we're all amateurs at this game. Let's be honest. We're all pretty new to the modern world of money. Retirement? That concept didn't even exist for most Americans before World War II. The 401k? Barely a few decades old. The Roth IRA? It's younger than Google. Index funds, credit cards, student loans, online trading. All of this financial infrastructure that we're expected to navigate like pros. It's brand new. We're all trying to build a future on a system that's constantly shifting under our feet. No wonder we make mistakes. We're all first-generation learners, figuring it out as we go. We think we know, but we only know our slice of the world. Your experience with money might make up 0.00001% of global financial history, yet it may influence 80% of how you think the economy works. Let that sink in. That's why the woman who lived through the 2000 dot-com crash is terrified of tech stocks. Why the man who got laid off during the 2020 pandemic swears by an emergency fund even if interest rates are low. Why two intelligent, educated people can look at the same data and walk away with opposite decisions. They're not stupid. They're not lazy. They're not irrational. They've just lived different lives. Before you judge, ask, what story are they telling themselves? In 2019, a Chinese commenter responded to a story in the New York Times about brutal factory conditions. Americans were outraged. But the commenter wrote about his aunt, who used to be a prostitute before working in a sweatshop. To him, that factory job wasn't exploitation. It was dignity. It was hope. Perspective isn't just about culture or location, it's about pain. It's about survival. It's about what each of us has had to endure and what we're still afraid of. So what do we do with this? The next time someone makes a money decision you don't understand, pause. Ask yourself, what must the world look like through their eyes? What might they be afraid of or dreaming of? What lessons did their childhood teach them about scarcity, about opportunity, about trust? You don't have to agree. But try to understand, because the truth is we're all guessing. We're all just doing our best with the stories we've lived and the fears we carry. We all make mistakes. We all chase dreams. And we all think we're being rational because we're solving problems no one else can see. No one's crazy. Not really. They're just telling themselves a story that makes sense to them. And now, let me tell you a story. A story about how Bill Gates got rich. Stay with me because that story will change the way you think about luck, timing, and opportunity forever. Would you like the Bill Gates story continuation in the same tone next? Chapter 2. Nothing is as good or as bad as it seems, a tale of two fates. 1. The hidden forces behind every success. Imagine standing on a mountaintop, wind in your face, eyes set on the horizon. You feel powerful. You feel in control. But what if I told you that no matter how sharp your vision is, there are winds you can't see, forces guiding your path beyond your control? This is where our story begins, with luck and risk, twin forces that shape our lives silently. They don't ask for permission. They don't care about effort. They just are. NYU's Scott Galloway said it best, nothing is as good or as bad as it seems. That's the truth many successful people forget, and many struggling ones never understand. 2. A billion-dollar beginning, sparked by a rummage sale. In 1968, a boy named Bill Gates went to a school called Lakeside in Seattle. It was one of the only schools in the world, yes, world, with access to a computer. Why? Because a retired World War II pilot named Bill Dougal convinced the school's moms club to spend $3,000 from their annual rummage sale on a machine almost no one had even heard of. Do you feel that? That flicker of serendipity? Gates was just 13. Paul Allen, another curious kid, joined him. Together, they obsessed over this machine day and night, laying the foundations of what would become Microsoft. You can't ignore the sheer improbability of it. 303 million high schoolers worldwide. Only 300 went to Lakeside. One of them was Gates. That's 1 in a million odds. 1 in a million luck. 3. The friend who never got the chance. Now here's the part that grabs your throat and won't let go. Gates had another best friend, Kent Evans. Equally brilliant, equally ambitious. They even wrote programs together to fix the school's scheduling nightmare. Kent had the briefcase, the business mind, the fire. They dreamed of being CEOs, generals, game changers. But Kent died in a mountaineering accident before he even graduated high school. 1 in a million chance, again. But this time, risk played its card. Kent and Bill were two sides of the same coin, but the coin landed differently. Aha-4. Why this should shake you. Do you see it now? Luck and risk are not opposites, they're siblings. They both whisper this truth. You're not fully in control, you never were. That's not a reason to panic. It's a reason to be humble. It's a reason to stop assuming someone's success is all skill, or that someone's failure is all stupidity. Because sometimes the most brilliant minds get crushed by a random gust of wind, and sometimes the reckless are carried by a lucky breeze. 5. The illusion of control. Nobel-winning economist Robert Shiller once said the biggest unknown in investing is the exact role of luck. Why? Because it's awkward to admit. Call someone lucky, and you sound jealous. Admit your own success was luck? That's emotionally unbearable. We want clean answers. She's rich because she worked hard. He's broke because he's lazy. But that's a lie of simplicity. The truth is, success is messy. Failure is messier. #6. One coin, two outcomes. Let's say you invest in a stock. It fails. Was it a bad decision or just bad luck? The problem is, we'll never know for sure, but people around you will judge like they do. They'll praise the lucky fool. They'll blame the unlucky genius. Why? Because stories are easier to digest than uncertainty. 7. Boldness or recklessness. You won't know until it's over. Let's talk about Vanderbilt. He built railroads by breaking rules. Literally. You don't suppose you can run a railroad in accordance with the statutes of the state of New York, do you? He once said. Was that brilliance? Or criminal arrogance? If his empire had collapsed, we'd call him reckless. But it didn't, so we call him bold. Same actions, different outcomes. Just like Enron, just like Geico, just like you and me. 8. The invisible line between guts and foolishness. Benjamin Graham, the father of value investing, made a huge bet on Geico, a gamble that defied his own principles. It worked. He got rich. But even he asked, was it genius or just luck? The line is thin, often invisible, and only hindsight pretends to see it. Same for Zuckerberg turning down Yahoo's $1 offer. Genius? Sure. But what if Facebook flopped? Then we'd call him a fool. 9. The danger of drawing conclusions from extremes. Be careful who you admire. Be careful who you scorn. Because extreme stories, billionaires, or bankrupts are usually fueled by extreme levels of luck or risk, and those can't be copied. If you want real wisdom, look at broad patterns, not flashy headlines. Want a better life? Study what's common, not what's extreme. 10. Teach this to your children and yourself. When Gates gave a speech at his alma mater, he said, if there had been no Lakeside, there would have been no Microsoft. That's humility. That's respect for luck. And he understood the other side of it, Kent's side. In a letter to his son, the author wrote, realize that not all success is due to hard work, and not all poverty is due to laziness. Remember that when judging others, and remember it when judging yourself. 11. Why this lesson could save your financial life. When things are going well, you're not invincible. And when life punches you in the gut, don't give up. You may have just landed on the wrong side of risk. The trick, stay in the game. Don't let one loss wipe you out. Don't let one win make you blind. Because ultimately, nothing is as good or as bad as it seems. Chapter 3. Never enough. When rich people do crazy things. Let me tell you a story. Not just any story. This one has billionaires, ambition, greed, and the kind of quiet truth that can either save your future or destroy everything you've worked for. At a lavish party on Shelter Island, author Kurt Vonnegut turns to his friend Joseph Heller, the man behind Catch-22, and says, the host of this party, a hedge fund manager, made more money yesterday than you've made in your entire career. Heller smiles. His answer is short, disarming, and profound. Yes, but I have something he will never have. Enough. That one word, enough, feels like lightning in the brain. It forces us to confront something many people spend their whole lives avoiding. When does more stop adding value and start becoming dangerous? The hidden disease of never having enough. We live in a culture obsessed with more. More money, more followers, more influence. But more is a moving target. And without a clear line of enough, we risk crossing into a territory where logic fades and madness takes the wheel. Let's go beyond philosophy. Let's talk about two real people, both of them rich beyond imagination, who risked it all for just a little more. The rise and fall of Rajat Gupta, the boy who reached the top. Rajat Gupta started life in Kolkata, India, orphaned young, born into poverty. If life were a baseball game, most people start on first or second base. Gupta couldn't even see the stadium lights. And yet, he fought. He studied. He climbed. By his 40s, he became the CEO of McKinsey & Company, the world's most powerful consulting firm. By 2008, he was worth $100 million. He could have retired peacefully. He could have lived 10 lifetimes on that fortune. But Gupta didn't want to be rich. He wanted to be a billionaire. Surrounded by the elite at Goldman Sachs, he saw wealth not as security, but as a scoreboard. Then came the moment that changed everything. In 2008, Warren Buffett was about to invest $5 billion into Goldman Sachs during the financial crisis. Gupta, privy to this insider info as a board member, hung up the call and within 16 seconds phoned hedge fund manager Raj Rajaratnam. Soon after, Rajaratnam made $1 million. Later, he'd make $17 million. Gupta went to prison. So did Rajaratnam. Their empires collapsed in shame. Why risk everything for a bit more? Because he didn't know when to stop. Because he didn't have enough. Bernie Madoff, a millionaire who chose to lie. Before Bernie Madoff became the face of the largest Ponzi scheme in history, he was already a massive success. He ran a respected firm that traded nearly 10% of the daily volume on the New York Stock Exchange. His business made tens of millions annually. He was rich, powerful, admired. But it wasn't enough, so he lied. He schemed. And when it all came crashing down in 2008, the devastation was biblical. Families ruined, fortunes erased, reputations lost forever. Again, why? Because he let greed point his logic. He didn't know when to say stop. The madness of risking everything for more. Here's what you must understand. Gupta and Madoff weren't poor men trying to survive. They were rich men gambling their lives, names, and legacies for more that they didn't need. And this isn't just about criminals. It happens in legal boardrooms and behind clean desks too. Take long-term capital management, a hedge fund run by Nobel Prize-winning geniuses. They were already swimming in money, their own millions tied into their trades. But they got greedy. They took on massive risk. And in 1998, during one of the strongest economies in history, they lost everything. As Warren Buffett put it, to make money they didn't have and didn't need, they risked what they did have and did need. And that's foolish. Foolish and tragically common, the quiet power of contentment. Here's the gut punch. Most people reading this, maybe you, will at some point in life earn enough to live well, to travel, to own a home, to provide for your family, to save, and even to give back. But when you don't define your enough, you start playing a game you can't win. You start comparing. You start chasing. And eventually, you may risk everything for a prize that will never satisfy. The urgent lesson. In a world shouting more, the bravest word is enough. Because enough isn't about settling. It's about sanity. It's about freedom from the trap of endless comparison. It's about protecting your wealth, your values, your future, and your peace of mind. Let their stories be your warning. Let that one word be your shield against a life of empty chasing. Because if you don't know what enough looks like, you'll never see the edge until it's too late.
Part 1.
Illusion of More, Why the Goalpost Never Stops Moving, inspired by The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. Let me tell you a story. In the heart of Silicon Valley, a young entrepreneur, let's call him Ethan, sold his first startup at the age of 27. Overnight, he became a millionaire. Not just rich, headline-making rich. Friends celebrated him, strangers admired him, but Ethan wasn't satisfied. He upgraded his car, then his house, then his yacht. But the satisfaction he imagined, that deep, calming, I've made it moment, never came. Instead, he started comparing himself not to his friends from college, but to billionaires, to tech titans. Every time he moved one step ahead, the goalpost moved 2 steps further. The silent trap we all fall into. Here's the dangerous part. Our expectations rise with our results. And when that happens, no matter how much you earn, accomplish, or gain, it never feels like enough. Think about your own life. Have you ever told yourself, if I could just get that raise, if I could just move into that neighborhood, if I could just afford that car? And when you did, how long did the joy last? A week? A month? Then the itch returns. Because modern life and the endless scroll of social media shows us someone who always has more. And when the taste of more outpaces your sense of satisfaction, you enter a race that has no finish line. The dangerous illusion of the moving goalpost. Imagine this. You're running a race. You've trained for months. You sprint your heart out, and just as you're about to cross the finish line, it moves. Now you have to run again. Harder. Faster. And every time you near it, the line moves farther. This is what life becomes when you don't define enough. It's not just exhausting, it's deadly. Because soon you start taking bigger risks. You invest recklessly. You burn out. You sacrifice family, health, and peace, all chasing something that keeps moving away. Modern capitalism's twin engines, wealth and envy. Let's be honest, capitalism is brilliant at making money, but it's even better at making you want what others have. A neighbor gets a new car, and you want one too. A friend vacations in Europe, and suddenly your own weekend trip feels small. It's not just desire, it's envy dressed as ambition. And while ambition can drive greatness, envy quietly destroys happiness. Happiness equals results, expectations. There's a timeless equation. Happiness isn't in results. It's in how those results compare to our expectations. So what if the secret isn't in chasing more? What if the real strength, the hardest financial skill of all, is learning to let the goalpost stop moving? To say, I have enough, I've done enough, I am enough. Urgency, make peace with enough before it's too late. Here's the truth most people only learn too late. Chasing without stopping leads to regret. Years pass. Relationships fracture. Health declines. And all the while, the finish line stayed out of reach. But by then, you're too tired to run anymore. So don't wait, pause now. Reflect. Ask yourself, what does enough look like for me? Am I chasing joy or chasing shadows? Because life isn't about getting more. It's about feeling grateful for what you already have. Final thought. The world will always show you what you lack. But true wealth isn't measured in dollars. It's measured in peace. And peace begins the moment you stop moving the goalpost.
Part 2.
The social comparison trap and the only way out. Inspired by The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. Let me take you on a journey, one that begins not in poverty, but in quiet dissatisfaction. Imagine a 22-year-old rookie baseball player. He's finally made it. The childhood dream is now his daily reality. The roar of the stadium, the gleam of his new sports car, the $500,000 paycheck. In the eyes of most Americans, he's made it to the top 1%. But there's one problem. He's sharing the dugout with Mike Trout. Mike Trout, with his $430 million contract, his private jet, his Beverly Hills estate, and a bank account that makes the rookie's $500,000 look like lunch money. The rookie doesn't feel rich anymore. In fact, he feels behind. Now hold that thought. Because Mike Trout, one of the greatest to ever play the game, probably compares himself to someone else too. A hedge fund manager, perhaps, who earned $340 million in a single year. That's nearly 10 times Trout's income, and all while sitting in a Manhattan office wearing tailored suits and sipping $200 scotch. But it doesn't stop there. That hedge fund manager, he's scanning the list of the top 5 in his industry, each of whom made over $770 million that same year. Suddenly, $340 million doesn't seem like much. And those elite fund managers? They might glance over at Warren Buffett, who made $3.5 billion in 2018 alone. And if Warren Buffett ever looks upward, he sees Jeff Bezos. In that same year, Bezos' net worth increased by $24 billion. That's $2.7 million an hour. Let that sink in. While the rookie is amazed by his first paycheck, Bezos could buy the entire stadium he plays in every single hour. Here's the brutal truth. No matter who you are, someone is always ahead. This is the deadly game of social comparison, and it's one you can never, ever win. It's not a contest. It's a treadmill, and the faster you run, the faster it moves. The more you earn, the more you notice others earning more. The better your home, the more you notice someone else's penthouse. The moment you level up, the bar shifts, and it never stops. A close friend once told me a story from a trip to Las Vegas. He asked a card dealer, "Which games do you play? Where do you go to win?" The dealer didn't flinch. "The only way to win in Vegas," he said, "is to walk out the moment you walk in." That's how social comparison works too. The only way to win is to refuse to play. Because there is no finish line in the game of comparison. There is only exhaustion, envy, and disappointment dressed as ambition. Now let me ask you something personal. Have you ever looked at your life, your job, your home, your savings, and felt inadequate? Not because you didn't have enough, but because someone else had more. If so, you're not alone. But you are standing at a crossroads. You can either continue chasing someone else's idea of success, or you can step off the treadmill and redefine wealth on your terms. You can choose contentment over comparison. You can choose enough over endless. And if you do, you may discover a kind of freedom that billionaires are still searching for. Urgency isn't about chasing what others have. It's about realizing what you already do. The race ends the moment you stop running after someone else's life. And in that stillness, in that acceptance, you may finally find the one thing that all the money in the world can't buy: peace. Would you rather spend your life counting dollars or counting blessings? Choose wisely. The clock is ticking.
Part 3.
The wisdom of enough. Why the hunger for more can destroy everything. Let me tell you a story that should scare you just enough to change the way you think about success. Rajat Gupta had it all. He rose from poverty in India to the top of the business world in America. Harvard Business School, McKinsey's first Indian-born managing director, board member of Goldman Sachs. Admired, respected, trusted. But that wasn't enough. In 2012, Rajat was sentenced to prison for insider trading. Why would a man who had everything, reputation, power, wealth, risk it all for a little more? Because he didn't know when to stop. Because enough felt like mediocrity. Like he was leaving something on the table. Like he was betraying the ambition that got him there. And that is the hidden danger most people never see coming. Enough is not mediocrity. It's mastery. We live in a country built on dreams. Hustle culture glorifies 80-hour work weeks. Social media convinces you that your net worth is your self-worth. And Wall Street celebrates the relentless climb of more. But the truth is this: enough is not a ceiling. It's a safeguard. Because the moment your ambition becomes endless, so does your vulnerability. You over-leverage. You burn out. You chase shortcuts. You justify bad decisions. Ask yourself this: what's the real cost of chasing more? Because the tragedy isn't always in scandal and prison like Rajat or Bernie Madoff. Sometimes it's quieter. A missed birthday, a heart attack at 52, a marriage that slipped through your fingers while you were watching the stock ticker, a soul so focused on the next win, it forgot to feel the joy of the last one. More is a game with no finish line. Imagine eating the best meal of your life. Now imagine eating until you vomit. That's what happens when your hunger for success never ends. You trade satisfaction for sickness. You keep playing a game where the rules change just as you win. Because here's the cruel truth: the goalpost will always move. Today it's a 6-figure income. Tomorrow it's a 7-figure portfolio. Then it's a yacht. Then it's a private island. Then it's legacy, power, immortality. Until eventually you lose track of why you started. You win when you can walk away. Let me be clear. Ambition isn't bad, but ambition without brakes is a loaded gun with the safety off. Enough doesn't mean you stop dreaming. It means you stop gambling your peace for another dollar you don't need. It means you build a life where you're rich in freedom, not just in figures. So here's the urgent question: what is your enough? If you don't know, you're running a race with no finish line, and someday you'll collapse. A final word. You won't hear this in motivational speeches. It won't go viral on Instagram. But it's the truth you need. The most dangerous pursuit in life is the one that never ends. So pause. Look around. Measure your wealth not just by what you have, but by what you no longer crave. In a world screaming for more, choosing enough is the most radical, liberating act of all. And if you don't choose it now, the world will choose your breaking point for you. Because enough isn't weakness. It's wisdom, it's strength, it's freedom. Choose wisely. While you still can.
Part 4.
The line you must never cross. Let me tell you a story. Rajat Gupta had everything a person could dream of. A brilliant immigrant who rose from poverty in India to become the head of McKinsey & Company, one of the most prestigious consulting firms in the world. He sat on the boards of Goldman Sachs and Procter & Gamble. He was admired, respected, powerful, and then he risked it all. For what? A single phone call, a tip to a friend, a whisper that turned into an echo through federal wiretaps. And just like that, the man who once advised presidents and billionaires walked through the gates of a federal prison. After his release, Gupta told the New York Times something chilling. Don't get too attached to anything. Your reputation, your accomplishments. I think about it now. What does it matter? At first, it might sound like Zen wisdom, but dig deeper and you'll feel it. A man trying to make peace with a loss that haunts him. He wanted his reputation back. Who wouldn't? But it was gone, forever. Here's the uncomfortable truth. There are things in life that once broken may never be repaired, no matter how brilliant, wealthy, or well-connected you are. Reputation, freedom, the trust of those who love you, your peace of mind, your sense of self-worth, your time with family, your name. These are not investments. They are not chips you put on the table in hopes of a bigger pot. They are sacred. And some risks, no matter how golden they look, are simply never worth it. In a world obsessed with more money, more status, more followers, more everything, it takes extraordinary wisdom to know when to stop. To say, this is enough. To walk away not out of fear, but out of clarity. Because here's the truth, the world won't scream at you, but it will whisper in the aftermath of every downfall. Enough is the highest form of wealth. And protecting what truly matters is the only kind of success that lasts. Imagine this. You spend your whole life climbing the mountain, only to realize you lost your family on the trail, your health in the cold, your freedom in a single wrong step near the peak. What good is the view from the top if you're standing there alone, unloved or unfree? We live in a society where risk is glorified. Entrepreneurs, gamblers, influencers, traders, all celebrated for betting big. But there's a difference between boldness and blindness, between courage and recklessness, between building a fortune and burying your future. The most powerful people in the world aren't the ones who risk everything to get ahead. They are the ones who know what they can never afford to lose. So ask yourself, what is truly invaluable in your life? What would break you if you lost it? And are you risking it even unknowingly? Because if you are, stop, right now. That line once crossed can become a cliff. The good news, you don't need to risk your peace to build enough. The next chapter will show you how. Not with reckless bets, but with wisdom, discipline, and the quiet, unshakable power of knowing you already have more than enough. And that is everything. Chapter 4. The Ice Age Secret to Building Lasting Wealth. What frozen continents teach us about growing your money, slowly, steadily, and powerfully. Imagine a time when New York was buried beneath a mile of ice. Not a movie, not a sci-fi daydream, but a real chapter in Earth's history. It wasn't caused by an asteroid or a volcanic inferno. It began with something almost laughably small, a slightly cooler summer. 1 year. One subtle change. One thin layer of snow that didn't melt. No one noticed. But then, that snow layer made it easier for the next winter's snowfall to stick. And the cycle began. Snow builds upon snow. Reflection cools the air. Colder air means more snow. More snow means less sunlight absorbed. And then, faster than anyone thought possible, entire continents were frozen. A whisper of cold became an avalanche of transformation. Now pause and ask yourself this. What if wealth worked the same way? What if your first $100 that quietly grew, uncelebrated and unnoticed, was the foundation for an unstoppable financial glacier? Let's zoom out. Earth's most powerful force, time plus compounding. For centuries, scientists argued over what could freeze an entire planet. Was it mountains, volcanoes, some dramatic cataclysm? It wasn't. It was time. And compounding. The Earth didn't need sudden disasters to freeze solid. It needed a consistent chain reaction, snow that stayed. That's simple. Now think about investing. We obsess over hot stock tips, big wins, crypto surges. But the truth? Wealth rarely arrives like an earthquake. It arrives like an ice age. You don't need to hit it big. You need your snow, your small investments, your savings, your decisions to stick. That $50 you set aside this week, that automatic investment into an index fund, that budget you finally committed to, those are your cold summers. They don't feel thrilling today, but they lay the groundwork for something immense. The brain doesn't trust the slow burn. Here's the emotional trap. Humans hate waiting for results. We evolved to react to immediate danger and reward. But the most powerful forces in the world, from glaciers to fortunes, don't scream. They whisper. Then they roar. The danger isn't that you fail. It's that you quit too soon to see the miracle unfold. Imagine this. If you invested $5 a day, less than your coffee, and let it compound at a modest 10% annually, in 40 years, you'd have over $800,000. No big win. No miracle. Just snow that stuck. The urgency you can't ignore. Here's the fear factor. The earlier you start, the more time you give compounding to work. Wait too long, and it's like melting your snowpack every summer. You reset the cycle. You don't get many fresh starts. Start now, and the snow builds. Wait, and you lose the momentum. It's not about being rich overnight. It's about never melting away the progress you quietly build. Your wealth is an ice sheet in the making. Let this sink in. Earth's ice ages didn't begin with catastrophe. They began with subtle consistency, cool summers that nobody noticed until they changed everything. That's your path to wealth. Not luck, not timing the market, not chasing noise, but small steps repeated over long periods. Money is just the visible result of invisible habits. And compounding? That's the cold, quiet power that turns ordinary effort into extraordinary outcomes. Start your ice age. Let today's snow stick. And watch your world transform, one quiet layer at a time. Because nothing grows like disciplined time. Not even glaciers.
Part 1.
The secret to unimaginable wealth. Time, not talent. Imagine this. A young boy in Omaha, Nebraska, age 10, starts reading stock tickers and buying his first shares. He isn't born into vast wealth. He isn't gifted magical formulas. But he is given one thing that turns out to be far more powerful. Time. That boy was Warren Buffett. And while the world fawns over his brilliant mind and savvy deals, it quietly misses the most important part of his story. The relentless, invisible force of compounding over time. It's not a sexy headline, doesn't make for a thrilling Netflix biopic, but it's the truth. Now let me show you something terrifying and inspiring all at once. Today, Warren Buffett's net worth is approximately $84.5 billion. Astounding, right? But here's what no one tells you. $84.2 billion of that came after his 50th birthday. And $81.5 billion was earned after he turned 65. Let that sink in. Most people begin to slow down around 50. Buffett was just warming up. He didn't sprint. He didn't get lucky in a game of roulette. He played the slow, boring, brutal game of long-term investing. And he played it for longer than anyone else had the patience to. Hash the Buffett paradox. Let's do a thought experiment. What if Warren Buffett had been normal? What if he didn't start investing at age 10? What if he started at 30, like many of us do, after finding his career path, paying off student loans, and finally catching his breath? What if he still managed his astonishing 22% annual returns but retired at 60 to enjoy life? His net worth today, $11.9 million. Not nothing, but 99.9% less than his real net worth. That's not an investing story. That's a time story, a compounding story. The misunderstood superpower. Warren Buffett isn't the best investor of all time by performance. That title goes to Jim Simons, a mathematician turned hedge fund king, who's returned a jaw-dropping 66% annually. But Simons didn't start investing until he was 50. Today, he's worth around $21 billion, just one-fourth of Buffett's fortune. Why? Because Simon's only got a few decades. Buffett got nearly 8. Let's go further. If Simons had started at age 10 and compounded at 66% for 70 years, he'd be worth 63,900,000, 788,760,000. That's $63 quintillion. Insane? Yes. Theoretical? Absolutely. But it proves a spine-chilling point. Time is the most underrated multiplier in the universe. Why don't we get this? Because compounding isn't intuitive. If I ask you to add 8 plus 8 plus 8 9 times, you get 72. Easy. Now multiply 8. That's 134 million. It's not just hard to calculate, it's hard to believe. This is why most people fail to grasp how fortunes like Buffett's are built. They chase intensity, high returns, hot stocks, market timing, instead of duration. A story told in Silicon Valley. Take a walk through tech history. 1950s, 3.5 megabytes. Many 1990s, 500 megabytes. 2011, 4 terabytes. 2019, 100 terabytes. From 1950 to 1990, plus 296 megabytes. From 1990 to today, plus 100 million megabytes. That's compounding in action. For 40 years it whispers, then all at once it screams, and still, we underestimate it. Even Bill Gates in 2004 questioned why Gmail offered a full gigabyte of storage. That's how counterintuitive exponential growth is. Even the world's smartest people get blindsided by it. What this means for you. This isn't just about billionaires and hard drives. It's about your life. The truth is, you don't need to be a genius. You need to be consistent. You don't need to find the highest returns. You need to find reasonable returns you can stick with for a long time. You don't need to sprint. You need to endure. Because when it comes to wealth, health, habits, relationships, or careers, the most powerful results don't come from effort. They come from effort over time. So here's the scary, urgent truth. Every day you delay building, your savings, your business, your skills, your health, is a day that could have been quietly compounding, and you won't feel the pain right away. That's the danger. Compounding doesn't punish you in the short term. It ignores you until one day it devours you, or it blesses you, depending on your choices. You're not in a race, you're in a time machine. But the fuel is your consistency and your patience. There are over 2,000 books written about Warren Buffett. None of them are titled, "He started early and never stopped." But maybe that's all they ever needed to say. Because the greatest investing strategy isn't a secret hedge fund algorithm or some obscure stock-picking formula. It's this: shut up and wait. And if you truly understand that, if you let that sink into your bones, it can change everything. So the question is, will you start today? Chapter 5. The Two Enemies of Wealth, Arrogance and Fragility. An emotional story about what it truly takes not just to get rich, but to stay rich. Imagine this. It's 1929. Wall Street is chaos. Ticker tape litters the sidewalks like confetti at a funeral. In hushed voices, people whisper about friends who have vanished. Some have jumped from buildings. Others simply walked away, never to be seen again. And amidst the pandemonium, two men stand on opposite ends of fate. One is Jesse Livermore, a man whose brain danced with markets like Fred Astaire with a spotlight. The other, Abraham Germansky, a real estate tycoon with dreams as tall as the buildings he built. Both rich, both powerful, both seemingly untouchable. But here's the twist. Only one walked away from that storm with his fortune intact. And even he didn't keep it for long. The seduction of winning Jesse Livermore was a market genius. He didn't just play the stock market, he hunted it. And in October 1929, when the world crumbled, he struck gold. While millions watched their life savings vanish, Jesse made what today would be over $3 billion in a single day. His family, bracing for ruin, wept when he walked through the door. But Jesse, he smiled. They weren't ruined. They were richer than ever. It was the high point of his life, and the beginning of his downfall. Because getting rich made Jesse feel invincible. The money whispered sweet lies in his ear. You're special. You can't lose. Go bigger next time. So he did, until he lost it all. And by 1933, Jesse Livermore, the man who once danced on the ashes of a collapsed market, was broke, missing, and eventually gone, the quiet collapse. Then there was Abraham Germansky. He wasn't flashy like Jesse. He built his fortune brick by brick, selling and leasing buildings across New York. But he made the same mistake everyone else did in the Roaring '20s. He confused a rising market with personal genius. And when the market crashed, so did he. One morning, he walked toward the New York Stock Exchange, silently shredding ticker tape like someone erasing a life he could no longer recognize. That was the last time anyone saw him. No headlines, no farewell. Just the lesson we refuse to learn. Here's what most books and gurus won't tell you. Getting wealthy requires boldness. Staying wealthy demands humility. Livermore and Germansky were both brilliant at getting rich, but neither had the emotional discipline to stay rich. They mistook wealth for permanence. They believed tomorrow would always reflect yesterday. They were wrong. Staying wealthy, a different kind of intelligence. There are a million ways to make money. Startups, stocks, crypto, real estate, hustle culture. We celebrate the risk takers, the disruptors, the visionaries. But very few talk about the boring, unglamorous truth. You keep money by being slightly paranoid, consistently cautious, and occasionally boring. Not reckless, not euphoric, not overconfident. You keep money by saying, I might be wrong, this might not last. Let me prepare for what I can't see. It's frugality in the face of abundance. Humility in the face of success. Why this matters right now. You may not be Livermore or Germansky, but if you live in the modern world, you're surrounded by the same temptations. A booming stock market and endless FOMO. Social media feeds filled with overnight millionaires. The belief that more is always better. And just like them, it can all vanish. One market crash, one bad investment, one missed warning sign. So the question isn't, can you get rich? It's, will you stay rich when the music stops? Final thought, build like it could all disappear. Getting wealthy is a sprint. Staying wealthy is a marathon run in the dark with potholes you can't see. If you want to win, build a mindset that balances confidence with caution. Be ambitious, but be grounded. Celebrate your wins, but prepare for storms. Grow your money, but guard your humility like your life depends on it. Because in the end, it's not the fortune that defines your legacy. It's whether you had the wisdom to protect it.
Part 1.
Survive first, thrive later. The hidden art of lasting wealth. Imagine this. You're climbing a jagged mountain of success. The winds are brutal. The cold is biting. Every step forward takes courage, optimism, risk. But then, somewhere near the top, where the air is thin and the view intoxicating, you realize something terrifying. The real challenge isn't reaching the summit. It's staying there, without falling off. If I had to distill the essence of money success into one word, I wouldn't say ambition. I wouldn't say intelligence or vision. I'd say survival. Sounds boring? It shouldn't, because in a world where 40% of companies that once soared to the stock exchange eventually crash and burn, where even the wealthiest families fall from grace within decades, survival is the most underrated superpower you can possess, the graveyard of greatness. Let me tell you about a quiet truth no one likes to discuss. Every 10 years, 20% of the richest Americans vanish from the Forbes 400. Not because they died, not because they generously passed their fortune on, but because they lost it. Some bet too big, some got caught in scandals, some believed their own hype, some forgot how cruel capitalism can be. Getting money is a skill. Keeping money is a whole different game. Getting rich takes courage, boldness, risk. Staying rich, that takes humility, fear, and paranoia. Yes, paranoia. The kind that keeps you awake at night wondering what could go wrong. The kind that whispers, don't get comfortable, you're never bulletproof. The billionaire who feared the fall. Michael Moritz, the billionaire brain behind Sequoia Capital, was once asked by Charlie Rose what made his firm an outlier, lasting not just a few years, but 4 relentless decades. His answer? We've always been afraid of going out of business. Not vision, not fear. Fear of extinction, fear of irrelevance, fear of becoming a cautionary tale. We assume that tomorrow won't be like yesterday, Moritz said. And that assumption has kept them alive. The silent power of not dying. Survival isn't glamorous. It doesn't make headlines. But it's the secret sauce behind the stories we do obsess over. Take Warren Buffett. We marvel at his investment brilliance, the companies he picked, the managers he backed. But what if I told you the real secret isn't what he did, but what he didn't do? He didn't go bankrupt chasing debt-fueled growth. He didn't sell during 14 different recessions. He didn't destroy his reputation chasing fast money. He didn't get stuck in one trend or ideology. He didn't quit. He survived. And that survival gave him something money can't buy. Time. Time is the compounder's best friend. Like planting an oak tree, 1 year means nothing, but 50 years turns it into a forest. Buffett didn't just invest well, he invested long. From age 10 to 89 plus. That's nearly 8 decades of uninterrupted compounding. That's not just brilliance, that's discipline. That's restraint. That's survival. The forgotten genius who couldn't wait. Now let me introduce you to someone you haven't heard of, Rick Guerin. In the early days, Rick was part of the Buffett-Munger-Guerin trio. Just as smart, just as sharp, just as ambitious. But unlike Warren and Charlie, Rick was in a hurry. He leveraged heavily, borrowing against his investments to accelerate his wealth. But when the market crashed in 1973, it wasn't brilliance that saved him, it was the lack of it. He got margin calls. He had to sell his Berkshire stock to Warren at under $40 per share. Rick was great at getting rich. But he hadn't mastered the second skill. Staying rich. The real lesson. Avoid ruin at all costs. Nassim Taleb said it best. Having an edge and surviving are two different things. The first requires the second. You need to avoid ruin at all costs. Let that sink in. Avoid ruin at all costs. Because when it comes to wealth, you don't have to win every game. You just have to stay in the game. You don't need to swing for the fences. You need to survive the storm. So what should you do? Whether you're building a business, planning your retirement, or just starting your financial journey, respect volatility. The market doesn't care about your optimism. Stay humble. Luck plays a bigger role than most are willing to admit. Don't chase trends. They will betray you when the tide turns. Build a cushion. Not just financially, but mentally. Think long. Plant your financial oak and don't dig it up every year. In the end, it's not about how high you climb. It's about not falling so hard you can't get back up. Survive first, thrive later. That's the game of money no one talks about, but the only one that matters. Call to action, urgency, emotion. Before your next investment, before your next big risk, stop and ask yourself, will this help me survive the next 10 years? Or could it take me out in the next 10 minutes? Because history doesn't remember the people who almost made it. It remembers the ones who endured. Be one of them.
Part 2.
The secret to lasting wealth, becoming financially unbreakable. It was late 2008. Wall Street was in flames. Retirement accounts were evaporating. Blue-chip stocks, once considered unshakable, were collapsing like card towers. And in the middle of this financial storm, a quiet man in Omaha did what he always does. Nothing. Warren Buffett didn't panic. He didn't sell. In fact, he bought more. Why? Because Buffett wasn't aiming to be flashy. He wasn't chasing big, sexy returns. He was focused on something far more powerful: survival. The real goal isn't big returns, it's staying in the game. Let me ask you this. What good is a 20% return if you pull out when the market crashes? What's the point of riding the highs if you can't endure the lows? More than I want to be rich, I want to be unbreakable. Because if I'm unbreakable, if I can weather the storms, I'll outlast everyone who chases quick wins and flames out. That's when compounding works its magic. Not in a year, not even 5, but over decades. Quiet, patient, relentless. The hidden power of cash, yes, even at 1%. During bull markets, holding cash feels like punishment. Everyone's getting richer fast, stocks are soaring, crypto's hot, and you're holding boring old cash that earns a measly 1%. You feel stupid, conservative, even scared you're missing out. But then comes the crash, the correction, the moment of truth. And suddenly, that boring low-return cash becomes the lifeboat. It's what lets you hold instead of sell. It keeps you calm. It buys you time. That 1% return on your cash, it could translate into thousands of percent over time because it prevented the worst move an investor can make: panic selling. Compounding doesn't reward the brave. It rewards the patient. You don't need the highest returns. You need consistent returns. Returns that survive the chaos, the downturns, the emotional roller coasters. Compounding is like planting a tree. You don't dig it up every time a storm comes. You protect it. You let it grow, slowly, quietly, and visibly, until one day it shades your entire future. A word of urgency right now. Someone out there is taking a massive risk to get ahead fast. They'll look brilliant for a moment, maybe even richer than you next year. But will they last? That's the question that separates the truly wealthy from the temporarily lucky. So build your finances like you'd build a fortress, not a rocket. Rockets explode, fortresses stand. Be financially unbreakable. Because if you can survive, you will thrive. And if you can thrive for long enough, you'll win.
Part 3.
Let me tell you a story, not about a stock or a market crash, but about the single most dangerous illusion in personal finance: the belief that your plan will go as planned. In the fall of 2000, a 35-year-old couple sat across the desk from their financial advisor. They had a spreadsheet, a 30-year retirement projection, a dream of a beach house in Florida. They'd modeled a 7% annual return. It was airtight, until it wasn't. 1 year later, the dot-com bubble popped. Then came 9/11. Then a recession. They weren't just off plan, they were off track, off balance, and out of breath. That's the thing. Every plan looks perfect in Excel. Life doesn't care. You plan, God laughs. Think about it. In 2001, nobody planned for 2 planes to erase the skyline and ignite 2 decades of war. In 2008, no one saw a housing bubble destroying 10 million homes and nearly 9 million jobs. By 2020, a virus nobody could pronounce brought the planet to a standstill. And yet, in between all that chaos, markets hit record highs. Fortunes were made and lost. The world didn't stop spinning, it just spun in directions no one predicted. This is the ultimate paradox of planning. You must plan not just for the future, but against it too. Good plans don't predict. They absorb. The goal isn't precision, it's resilience. A plan isn't valuable because it's right. A plan is valuable because it can survive being wrong. Ask yourself this: if the market returns only 4% instead of 8%, am I still okay? If my income drops for a year, do I have the cushion to breathe? If nothing goes right, do I still survive? That breathing room, that's your margin of safety. It's not just a spreadsheet line, it's peace of mind in a world that loves chaos. Margin of safety, your secret weapon. Most bets don't fail because they were dumb. They fail because they required perfection. Your edge in finance doesn't come from brilliance. It comes from endurance. If you stay in the game long enough, compounding takes care of the rest. But to stay in the game, you need space to fall, wobble, recover, and rise again. And that's what a true plan builds in: room for mistakes, space for emotion, time for healing, and protection from the storms you can't yet see. Urgency. You need to rethink your plan. Now, if your plan relies on everything going right, on 8% returns, on perfect health, on uninterrupted income, it's not a plan. It's a prayer, and in a world this unpredictable, hope is not a strategy. But if your plan includes buffer zones, financial shock absorbers, and the emotional grit to bend but not break, you win. Not overnight, but over time. So today, look at your finances not just with hope, but with humility. Plan big, but plan rough. Build wide margins, expect detours, and treasure the quiet strength of being unbreakable. Because when the next curveball comes, and it will come, you won't just survive, you'll stay in the game long enough to win. Your plan doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be durable. Financial success isn't built on precision, it's built on preparation. Plan for the plan to fail, and you might just build something that lasts.
Part 4.
The barbell mindset: how to be boldly optimistic and deeply paranoid at the same time. Imagine this. You're walking a tightrope high above a city skyline. Below you, chaos, cars honking, people yelling, wind gusting. Above you, a clear blue sky. The view is breathtaking. The future looks bright. But one misstep, and it's over. This is what navigating life, money, and success really feels like. And it's exactly why you must be what I call barbelled, equal parts dreamer and doomsday prepper. Because here's the truth no one wants to say out loud. The path to success is littered with landmines. The optimist in you sees the horizon. Let's be honest. If you don't believe in tomorrow, you won't take a single meaningful step today. Optimism isn't blind hope. It's a data-backed belief that over time, things tend to improve. Technology advances. Standards of living rise. Opportunities multiply. But here's the part that no motivational poster tells you. The paranoia keeps you alive. Optimism alone is dangerous. If you only see the upside, you'll walk right into the fire. You need short-term paranoia to protect your long-term potential. The stock market gained tens of thousands of percentage points over 170 years. But in that same time, America experienced 9 wars, 4 presidential assassinations, 33 recessions, a flu pandemic that killed more Americans than any war, 12 stock crashes where people lost a third of their wealth or more. At any given moment, it felt like the world was ending, and yet we kept climbing. That's the paradox of life. Progress is often camouflaged as destruction. Growth looks like breakdown. Think of the human brain. At age 2, a toddler has more synapses than at any other point in life, but by age 20, they've lost half of them. Sounds terrifying, right? But that's how intelligence forms. The brain prunes what's unnecessary so the useful can thrive. Progress requires destruction. Economies, careers, relationships, they follow the same brutal logic. If you looked inside your child's brain and saw daily loss, you'd panic. But that's nature's way. That's evolution. Balance the barbell. To survive and thrive, you need to carry 2 mental weights at once. On one side, a hopeful heart that believes in long-term growth. On the other, a defensive mind that prepares for chaos tomorrow. This balance is uncomfortable. It takes effort, but it's the only way to make it. Jesse Livermore learned too late. He made millions by age 30, one of the greatest stock traders of all time, and then he lost it all. Why? Because he believed good times would stay. He got complacent. He lost his paranoia. He said no price is too high for a speculator to pay to learn that which will keep him from getting the swelled head. Arrogance, he said, is an expensive disease. He paid with everything. The takeaway. The future is bright, but it's also ruthless. To reach it, you must plan like disaster is around the corner while believing that greatness is on the horizon. That's the barbell mindset. The winners of the next decade won't be the loudest or the luckiest. They'll be the ones who stayed standing while others got swept away. So ask yourself, are you optimistic enough to dream, but paranoid enough to survive? Because survival isn't just about grit. It's about mental balance. The ability to hope while never letting your guard down. And in the end, that may be the most powerful investment you'll ever make. Chapter 6. Tails. You win. The astonishing power of being wrong most of the time. Imagine being wrong 99% of the time. Failing project after project, getting it mostly wrong, almost always. Now imagine that, despite all of that, you still walk away with generational wealth, legendary status, and your name etched into the pages of history. Sounds impossible? Let me tell you a story. In 1936, Heinz Berggruen escaped the jaws of Nazi Germany and found refuge in America. He wasn't a prodigy. He didn't stand out. Just another quiet student wandering the halls of UC Berkeley, studying literature, unsure of what tomorrow would bring. Fast forward a few decades. By the 1990s, that same unremarkable man had become one of the greatest art collectors the world had ever seen. In 2000, he sold part of his private art collection, Picasso's, Braque's, Klee's, and Matisse's, to the German government for over €100 million. But here's the kicker. The true value of his collection? North of $1 billion. Yes, billion, with a B. So what happened? Was he a genius? Was he lucky? Was it divine timing? The answer might surprise you. He played the odds. According to Horizon Research, great investors bought vast quantities of art. A subset turned out to be great investments. Portfolio returns converged on the best elements. That's all that happens. Let that sink in. He didn't need to be right every time. He just needed to collect enough, hold long enough, and let the tail do the talking. This is how wealth really works. In finance, in entrepreneurship, in life, the long tail dominates. One blockbuster product, one viral video, one home run investment, one Picasso in a pile of prints. It's not just possible to be wrong most of the time, it's normal. But when we don't expect that, we overreact to failure. We panic. We give up too early. We forget that success often hides behind a mountain of failed attempts. This is your wake-up call. If you're in your 20s, 30s, or 40s living in America, the stakes have never been higher. You can't afford to wait for the perfect plan, the perfect moment, or the perfect idea. You need to start trying. You need to start collecting reps, because your Picasso moment won't reveal itself until you've filtered through the noise. Start the business. Send the pitch. Record the video. Invest in the idea. Most will fail. That's expected. But when the tail kicks in, you win. Big. So here's the truth they don't teach in school. You don't need to be consistently right. You just need to survive long enough to let your few wins change everything. And that's how you build wealth, legacy, and freedom. Keep swinging. The tail is waiting.
Part 1.
Tails drive everything. Why one moment can define your future, and how to be ready for it. Imagine this. You've spent a decade pouring your heart into a dream. You've built, created, sacrificed, and failed, over and over again. You're tired. People are starting to question your choices. You're questioning them too. That's where Walt Disney found himself in the early 1930s. Hundreds of animated shorts, adored by audiences, and nearly all of them financial failures. His studio was broke. His future was hanging by a thread. Then came Snow White. One film. 83 minutes. A moment that changed everything. It paid off every debt. It built the empire. It turned Walt Disney from a visionary into a legend. That's what a tail event looks like. A single, rare, outlier moment that rewrites history. Not just for businesses, but for lives. Here's the truth they don't tell you in textbooks. Most of the time you'll feel like you're losing, like you're stuck, like your work isn't working. But success, the kind that defines you, isn't linear. It's exponential. It doesn't trickle in evenly over time. It comes in spikes, in tail events. In venture capital, 65% of investments lose money. Just 0.5% deliver 50x returns. That 0.5% doesn't just make up for the rest. It makes the whole game worth playing. And you might think, well, I don't invest in startups. I invest in safe, public companies. Think again. From 1980 to today, 40% of public companies in the Russell 3000 index lost 70% or more of their value and never recovered. But the entire 73-fold increase of that index, it came from just 7% of companies. 7%. That's Microsoft, Walmart, Apple, Amazon. And within those titans, the real value came from even narrower wins, tail products like the iPhone, Prime, and AWS. Each one $1 billion swing built on a graveyard of failed ideas. Want to be extraordinary? Then you need to understand this. Most of what you try won't work. Most of what you build won't last. Most days will feel average, but when that rare opportunity hits, when everyone around you panics or doubts, SASP, how you act in that moment will determine everything. It's not about being perfect, it's about being present and patient. The real power of compounding. Let me introduce you to 3 people. Sue invests $1 every month from 1900 to 2019, no matter what. Jim invests only when the economy isn't in recession. Tom hesitates. He pulls out when a recession hits and waits 6 months after it ends to reinvest. After more than a century of investing, Sue ends with $435,551. Jim, $257,386. Tom, $234,476. Sue didn't chase the perfect stock or time the market. She just kept her cool. She showed up. She stayed in. She let the tail do its work. The genius of staying average, when others go crazy. Napoleon once said a military genius is the man who can do the average thing when all those around him are going crazy. The same is true in investing. And in life. Your biggest wins will come not from brilliance, but from composure. Most people panic during tail moments. The 2008 crash, the COVID plunge, the tech bust. They sell, they hide, they wait. But if you stay calm, if you act average during chaos, you capture the upside. Because everything great, everything legendary, everything worth building is built during those rare defining moments. Here's the urgent part. Your Snow White moment is coming. It may look like a crisis, it may feel like failure, it will almost certainly arrive when you least expect it. And the only thing that will matter then? Will you have the courage to stay in the game when the world is screaming at you to quit? Success doesn't come from getting everything right. It comes from getting one thing incredibly right and not blowing it when it counts. So invest, build, and when the chaos hits, be ready, stay steady. That's when the magic happens.
Part 2.
Tails drive everything. Why your failures might be leading you to fortune. We're taught to chase perfection, to avoid mistakes, to be right always. But in business, in investing, in life, perfection is a myth. And trying to be perfect, that's a fast track to paralysis and disappointment. Here's the hard truth. You can be wildly successful while being wrong most of the time. In fact, that's how success usually works. If you're a great investor, you'll still be wrong half the time. If you're a brilliant entrepreneur, half your products will flop. Even if you're an ambitious, hardworking professional, it might take you 3, 5, even 10 attempts to find the right role, company, or career path. That's not failure. That's the process. Peter Lynch, one of the greatest investors of our era, once said, "If you're terrific in this business, you're right 6 times out of 10. 6 out of 10. That's considered terrific. This isn't like flying a plane, where one mistake can mean catastrophe. It's not like being a heart surgeon, where precision is non-negotiable. In business, finance, creativity, you don't need to be right all the time. You just need to survive the wrong calls and let the right ones explode in your favor." Jeff Bezos understood this. When Amazon's Fire Phone tanked, costing millions, he didn't apologize. He shrugged. "If you think that's a big failure," he said, "we're working on much bigger failures right now." Why? Because one big win, like AWS, can cover 1,000 misfires. That's how the game is played. Reed Hastings of Netflix, same mindset. He pulled the plug on several high-budget flops and said, "Our hit ratio is too high. We need to take more risks." The lesson? Failure isn't a bug, it's a feature. The same applies to comedy, to art, to writing. You watch Chris Rock crush it on Netflix, but what you don't see are the 50 rough nights in back alley clubs where half his jokes flopped. That's where he shapes the gold. One tale, that killer special, makes the dozens of awkward shows worth it. Warren Buffett? He's made 400 to 500 investments in his lifetime, and 90% of his wealth came from just 10. 10. Charlie Munger put it best. Remove a few top investments, and Berkshire's track record is just average. Tails drive everything. But here's the trap. We only see the highlight reel. We study others' wins without ever seeing their pile of losses. That skews our expectations. It makes our own failures feel unique, personal, shameful. But they're not. They're the dues everyone pays to stay in the game long enough for a tail event to change everything. George Soros said it best. It's not whether you're right or wrong. It's how much you make when you're right and how little you lose when you're wrong. You don't need to be perfect. You just need to be bold enough to keep swinging, smart enough to survive the misses, and patient enough to catch that one tail that changes everything. There are 100 billion planets in our galaxy. Only one, this one, has life. Here. Reading this, you're already the product of a once-in-a-trillion tale. The question now is, will you keep taking shots, or are you going to fold before your own breakthrough shows up? Your next big success might not be in the next attempt, but it might be just 2 more after that. Stay in the game. Let the tails come. That's where fortune lives. Let's talk about how money, used right, can turn those tailwinds into lasting happiness. Chapter 7. Freedom, the ultimate dividend of wealth. I can do whatever I want today. That's the sound of true wealth. Let that sink in. We're raised to believe wealth is about fancy cars, luxury vacations, and sprawling homes. But the real flex, the ultimate form of wealth, is waking up with the freedom to choose how you spend your day. Not because you're retired, but because you're in control. The hidden driver of happiness. Everyone wants to be happy. That's why people chase more money. But money alone doesn't guarantee happiness. It's not about how much you earn, it's about how much control you have. Control over your time, control over your decisions, control over your life. Angus Campbell, a renowned psychologist, spent years researching what truly makes people feel fulfilled. He found something simple, powerful, and often overlooked. Having a strong sense of controlling one's life is a more dependable predictor of positive feelings of well-being than any of the objective conditions of life we have considered. Think about that. More than the size of your bank account, more than the square footage of your house, more than the prestige of your title. What makes you happy is autonomy, the freedom to live life on your terms. The silent burden you might be carrying. Most Americans don't lack money. They lack control, and that lack eats away at your peace. It's the anxiety that creeps in every Sunday night, the knot in your stomach when your boss calls, the helplessness of knowing you have to stay in a job, in a relationship, in a place, just to survive. That's not living. That's surviving. Now imagine having just 6 months of emergency savings. That alone can give you the confidence to walk away from a toxic job or say no to unreasonable demands. That's power. That's freedom. Money buys time. Time buys life. Money's greatest hidden value isn't in what it can buy, it's in what it can free you from. It frees you from the pressure to say yes when you want to say no. It buys time with your family, your passions, your health. It gives you the cushion to pursue a better opportunity instead of grabbing the first thing that comes along. In short, money buys time. And time, real self-directed time, is life. The cost of golden handcuffs. I once thought I had it all figured out. I chased investment banking because it paid well. I landed an internship at a top firm in LA, and on paper I was winning. But within days I was working 100-hour weeks. Going home before midnight was a luxury. Saturdays weren't optional. My time wasn't mine. And though the work was intellectually exciting, the lack of control turned it into a nightmare. The truth? Doing something you love on a schedule you hate feels no different than doing something you despise. Why you feel trapped even when you're successful. There's a psychological term for the misery we feel when our autonomy is stripped: reactance. It's the emotional rebellion against being told what to do. And when you live a life built around someone else's schedule, someone else's terms, someone else's definition of success, it doesn't matter how much you're paid. You will feel poor. The moment you become rich isn't when you hit $1 million. It's when you can walk away. Entrepreneur Derek Sivers tells the story best. He wasn't rich by traditional standards. He made $20K his first year and lived on just over $1K per month. But after saving $12,000, he quit his job to become a full-time musician. I was 22 years old, and I was free. When asked if selling his company made him feel rich, he replied, "No, that was just more money. The difference happened when I was 22. Freedom is not about abundance. It's about enough. The urgency of now. Don't wait to get rich to reclaim your time. Every dollar you save, every decision you make to reduce dependence, is a step toward owning your life. And that journey begins not with a 6-figure salary, but with a shift in mindset. I want control, not just cash. Because when you can say, I can do whatever I want today, that's when you've made it. Not when you hit a number. Not when you impress the world. But when you own your time. That's real wealth. That's freedom. And it's worth everything.
Part 1.
The highest dividend. Why real wealth is the freedom to live on your terms. There's a moment that defines real wealth. Not when you buy the luxury car, not when your portfolio hits 7 figures, not even when your house has more bathrooms than people. It's the morning you wake up, stretch your arms, look out the window and realize, I can do whatever I want today. That's not fantasy. That's freedom. And that is the highest form of wealth. The myth of money and happiness. We chase money to chase happiness. But here's the truth. No one's selling on Instagram. Happiness isn't about more. It's about control. Control over your time. Control over your choices. Control over your life. Psychologist Angus Campbell discovered this decades ago. His groundbreaking work, The Sense of Well-Being in America, didn't find happiness in 6-figure incomes, Ivy League diplomas, or ocean view homes. He found it in something radically simple. Having a strong sense of controlling one's life is a more dependable predictor of positive feelings of well-being than any of the objective conditions of life. Let that sink in. It's not your job title, your salary, or your zip code. It's your autonomy. Why freedom feels so rare. Let's face it, we live in the richest nation in human history, and yet we're drowning in stress. A 2019 Gallup poll showed Americans are more anxious and overwhelmed than most of the world, despite all our wealth. How is that possible? Because with every raise, with every new gadget, with every promotion, we've sold a piece of our time, our energy, and our sanity. And we forgot the one thing that money should actually buy. Options. A little wealth gives you the power to say no. More wealth gives you the power to say not now. Real wealth gives you the power to say I choose. From Chained to Chosen, a personal wake-up call. I once thought I wanted to be an investment banker. Why? Because they made money, tons of it. I landed an internship in Los Angeles. I felt like I'd won. And then I started working. The hours weren't just long, they were dehumanizing. Midnight was an early night. There was a saying, if you don't come to work on Saturday, don't bother coming in on Sunday. I was miserable. Not because the work was bad, it was actually fascinating. I was miserable because I had no control over my life. My time wasn't mine. My thoughts weren't mine. My existence was rented. I lasted a month. That's when I learned a painful truth. Doing what you love on a schedule you don't control can feel like doing something you hate. What true wealth looks like. You don't need millions to be rich. You need just enough to buy your freedom. Like Derek Sivers, who saved up $12,000 at age 22. That was all it took to walk away from a soul-draining job and pursue music full-time. He didn't feel rich when he sold his company years later. He felt rich the day he took control of his time. Or think of someone who can say no to a toxic boss, or who waits for the right job instead of taking the first one out of fear. That's wealth. That's power. That's peace. Why we feel like we're always working. Here's the irony. Most of us don't labor with our hands anymore. We work with our minds, and our minds never clock out. You may sit at a desk, but your brain is on 24/7. Cooking dinner? Still working. Watching Netflix? Still working. Lying awake at 3 a.m.? Still working. Derek Thompson put it best. The modern factory is not a place at all. It is the day itself. If our grandparents left their work in the factory, today the factory follows us. In our pockets, our thoughts, our dreams. This is why we feel exhausted even with better jobs, better salaries, better homes. Because we've lost the freedom to disconnect. Lessons from those who've lived it all. Gerontologist Carl Pillemer interviewed 1,000 elderly Americans about what really mattered. Guess what? No one said. Make as much money as you can. Buy the biggest house you can afford. Climb the corporate ladder as fast as possible. What they said instead, spend time with your kids. Be part of something bigger than yourself. Value relationships over stuff. Because when the dust settles and the noise fades, it's not about what you bought, it's about what you lived. A call to reclaim your time. This is your moment of truth. Ask yourself, are you working for money, or is your money working for you? Are you rich in things, or rich in freedom? Do you control your time, or does your time control you? Because real wealth, the kind that lights you up inside, isn't about more. It's about enough. Enough to breathe. Enough to choose. Enough to be free. Freedom is the ultimate luxury, and it's the only one that's truly priceless. So don't just chase wealth. Use your wealth to buy the only thing that actually matters, your life. Because time isn't just money. Time is everything. Chapter 8. The Man in the Car Paradox. An inspiring story about what we really seek when we chase wealth. The job didn't pay much, but it had its perks. I was a valet at a luxury hotel in Los Angeles, the kind of place where the tires cost more than most people's rent. Every day, I held the keys to dreams. Ferraris that purred like jungle cats, Lamborghinis with doors that sliced upward like wings, Bentleys that whispered royalty. And I loved it, but not for the money. Not even for the occasional joyride into the underground garage. I loved it because every car that pulled up was a glimpse into the life I thought I wanted. A life of opulence, of respect, of admiration. You see, back then, I didn't just want to own a Ferrari. I wanted to be the guy who deserved a Ferrari. The kind of man others looked at and thought, he's smart, he's successful, he's somebody. But over time, something strange began to happen. As I opened doors and nodded politely, I started to notice a pattern. Despite the shimmering paint jobs and guttural exhausts, I rarely, if ever, noticed the people behind the wheel. They were just silhouettes. Shadows hidden behind designer sunglasses, barely glanced at before I shifted my focus to the machines they drove. And then it hit me. Hard. When I looked at the cars, I wasn't admiring them. I was imagining me in that seat. I didn't think, wow, that driver must be amazing. I thought, if I had that car, people would think I was amazing. Let that sink in. We chase wealth because we believe it will earn us admiration. But most people don't admire you for your wealth. They imagine themselves in your shoes. It's not about you at all. That's the paradox. We buy the car, the house, the watch, thinking the world will see us differently, that finally we'll get the respect we deserve. But admiration doesn't stick to leather seats and custom paint. It floats past them like smoke. When my son was born, I wrote him a letter. A quiet warning. You might think you want the fancy things, the sports car, the house with the gate, the Rolex that catches the sun just right. But what you really want is to be respected. Admired, valued, and expensive things, they almost never bring that, not from the people who matter. And I meant it. Respect can't be bought. It can't be leased. It's not parked in your driveway or stitched into your suit. It's earned, through character, not currency. Through humility when you could show off, through kindness when you could ignore, through authenticity in a world full of performance. Now, don't get me wrong, I still like fast cars, but I like people more. And I've learned that what most of us really want is to be seen, to be appreciated, to be loved, not because we drive a Ferrari, but because we made someone else's life a little better. Because we listened, because we showed up, because we mattered. So before you chase the next thing with a price tag, ask yourself, do I want the thing, or do I want what I think the thing will bring me? It's a subtle difference, but it could change the entire direction of your life. And trust me, the best version of you won't be found behind the wheel. It'll be found in how you make others feel when they're standing beside you. We're not done with Ferraris yet. There's more to this paradox, and another story waiting in the next chapter. Moral: don't confuse admiration for your possessions with admiration for your person. One is temporary, the other timeless. Chapter 9. The Invisible Millionaire: Why Real Wealth is What You Don't See. I once stood in a marble driveway, the kind that echoed with money. It was Los Angeles, 2005. I was a valet at an upscale hotel. Each night, I parked Ferraris, Lamborghinis, Bentleys, rolling monuments to success. And I thought, this is what wealth looks like. Until I met Roger. Roger was my age, mid-30s, clean-cut, confident. Drove a Porsche 911 like he'd been born behind the wheel. I figured he was crushing it, some kind of tech entrepreneur or movie producer. I never asked. I didn't have to. His car answered for him. Then one week, Roger pulled up in a dusty old Honda. I laughed and asked, "What happened to the Porsche?" He shrugged. Repoed. Missed too many payments. No shame. No drama. Just fact. Like he was reading the weather. That moment hit me like a freight train. Because all the assumptions I had about Roger, about success, about wealth, were dead wrong. The irony of wealth. Here's the uncomfortable truth. Wealth is what you don't see. The man driving the Ferrari? All you know for certain is that he had $100,000. You don't know if he has anything left. But we live in a culture where appearance is currency, where Instagram likes are mistaken for indicators of abundance, where people measure success in the size of your house, the brand on your watch, the glimmer of your jewelry. Modern capitalism doesn't just allow you to fake it till you make it, it encourages it. It profits from it. But real wealth? It's the Porsche not bought. The Rolex left behind in the case. The vacation downgraded to economy class so your future self can travel in first. Wealth is invisible, and that's what makes it powerful and dangerous. Because you can't learn what you can't see. Rihanna's lesson and the $1 million mistake. Singer Rihanna nearly went bankrupt. Her lifestyle burned through millions. She sued her financial advisor, who famously replied, "Was it really necessary to tell her that if you spend money on things, you will end up with the things and not the money?" It's funny until you realize it's not. Most people don't want to be millionaires. They want to spend $1 million. And that, ironically, is the opposite of being a millionaire. Rich versus wealthy. There's a critical difference between being rich and being wealthy. Rich is flashy, it's income. It's the monthly payment on a $100,000 car. Wealth is silent. It's savings, it's restraint. It's the freedom to say no, not because you can't, but because you choose not to. Wealth is what gives you options, to walk away from a toxic job, to invest in your dreams, to help your family without hurting yourself, to sleep at night knowing you're not one emergency away from collapse. That freedom, that quiet power, it's not in the car you drive. It's in the choices you didn't make. It's in the money you didn't spend. The silent role model. Ronald Reed was a janitor and gas station attendant, drove a used car, lived in a modest home, ate simple meals. When he died, he left behind $8 million. He wasn't a wizard. He didn't inherit it. He didn't win the lottery. He saved. He invested. He lived below his means. Nobody admired Ronald Reed while he was alive because no one could see his wealth, which makes him the ultimate financial role model. The problem with hidden success. Imagine trying to become a great writer without ever reading great writing. That's what it's like trying to build wealth in a society obsessed with showing off richness. Our heroes are those who spend, not those who save. We've created a culture where restraint is invisible and extravagance is worshipped, so we imitate what we see. We chase the illusion and miss the truth. If wealth is what you don't spend, what good is it? Let me tell you, wealth is security when the market crashes. It's flexibility when your child gets sick. It's opportunity when an investment comes your way. It's freedom when you're ready to walk away. It's not just money in a bank account. It's a buffer between you and chaos, a moat around your peace of mind, a tool that buys time, space, and dignity. The urgency to reframe wealth. You are living in a world that will tempt you every day to look rich, to spend, to show off, to prove your success. But the Ferrari won't save you in a crisis. The Rolex won't buy back your time. The designer home won't guarantee your freedom. You have to make a choice. Do you want to look rich today, or do you want to be wealthy tomorrow? Because the answer to that question could change everything. Your wealth is not your car. It's not your clothes. It's not your zip code. It's the money you haven't spent, the options you've preserved, the future you've protected. And that is a future worth fighting for. Chapter 10. Save money, the quiet superpower that will save your future. Let me tell you a quick story. It's about oil, but it's really about your money and your future. In the 1970s, people thought the world was running out of oil. Panic rippled through governments and households alike. Prices soared. Predictions were grim. But the end never came. Not because we found oceans of oil beneath the earth, but because we got smarter. We got efficient. Cars used less. Factories wasted less. Homes conserved more. And suddenly, the crisis faded. We didn't survive by finding more. We survived by needing less. Now imagine your life as that 1970s world. You're earning, you're spending. And someday soon, maybe sooner than you think, you're going to face your own personal energy crisis. A layoff, a medical bill, a missed opportunity, a dream deferred because you couldn't afford to say yes. You will not survive it by earning more. You'll survive by needing less. That's why saving money isn't just smart, it's urgent. It's your armor against the unpredictable, a silent force building behind you, ready to catch you when life doesn't. The most powerful wealth building tool? It's not what you think. Most people believe the key to wealth is a high income or hot investments. They're wrong. The real magic is your savings rate, the simple gap between what you earn and what you keep. Because unlike investment returns, which are volatile and mostly out of your control, your savings are fully within your grasp. You don't need a market rally. You need restraint, humility, discipline. People grind their souls for a 0.1% investment gain while ignoring the 30% of their paycheck that vanishes into lifestyle fluff. But here's the kicker. You don't need to earn more. You need to want less. And that's a lot harder in a world screaming at you to prove your worth with things. A bigger car, a better kitchen, a vacation that looks good on Instagram. But remember this, wealth isn't what you see, it's what you don't spend. Why most people save nothing, and why that's so dangerous. You fall into one of three categories. 1, you save consistently. 2, you think you can't save. 3, you think you don't need to. This is for number 2 and number 3. And if you're in either group, you're not just playing with money, you're gambling with your freedom. Because saving money is not about affording things. It's about affording options. It's about being able to walk away from a toxic job. It's about the freedom to care for a sick parent. It's about saying yes when opportunity knocks, or no when exploitation comes calling. Savings without a spending goal? That's not aimless. That's wisdom. Because life doesn't schedule emergencies. The world doesn't ask permission before it flips your life upside down. You don't need more money. You need more control. What's the return on cash in the bank that lets you switch careers at 45, or start a business at 55, or take a sabbatical at 35? It's incalculable. Because the ROI isn't measured in percentages. It's measured in peace, power, and possibility. In a world that's become hyper-connected, where the competition isn't just your coworker but someone a continent away, flexibility is the new intelligence. Smart? Sure. But in today's economy, that's the bare minimum. You want an edge? Be flexible. Be unburdened. Be someone who can afford to wait for the right moment, the right job, the right life. And the path to that freedom? Saving money. A final thought. The battle between ego and security. You don't need more income to save. You need less ego. Most overspending isn't for function. It's for show. It's signaling. It's peacocking. It's insecurity wrapped in leather seats and brand logos. But savings? That's quiet, invisible, humble, and that's why it's so powerful. If you define savings as the gap between your ego and your income, you'll finally understand why so many high earners are broke, and why so many quiet people are free. So don't just save for retirement, save for surprises, save for freedom. Save because you can. And do it now, not next month, not when the raise comes, not after the next vacation. Now. Every dollar you save today buys you a little more time, a little more choice, a little more control in a world that's trying hard to take it from you. Chapter 11. Reasonable, rational. Why being human is your financial superpower. Imagine this. You're 28 years old, fresh off your first real promotion, and you've finally started investing. You've read the blogs, you've watched the videos, you've run the numbers. You're ready to be rational. You pick the mathematically optimal strategy. You optimize your portfolio for returns. You rebalance quarterly. You avoid emotion like it's financial poison. And then, the market crashes. Your portfolio, once a promising symbol of discipline, is now a battlefield of red. Your hands are trembling. Your stomach knots. You're staring at the ceiling at 2 a.m., wondering if you're going to lose everything. And that spreadsheet you once trusted, it doesn't whisper back. Let me tell you something we all try to forget. You're not a machine. You're a person. A messy, emotional, scared, hopeful, resilient human being. And that's not a weakness. That's your advantage, if you know how to use it. The fever that saved lives. In the early 1900s, a psychiatrist named Julius Wagner-Jauregg tried something outrageous. He injected people with malaria to cure syphilis. Let that sink in. People were dying. Traditional medicine had no answers. And in that desperate vacuum, Wagner-Jauregg noticed a pattern. Some syphilis patients improved after prolonged fevers. So he leaned into the irrational. He gave them more fever. It was dangerous. It was painful. It killed some. But it worked. In many cases, it cured them. And for that, he won the Nobel Prize. It wasn't cold logic that guided him. It was reason, pattern recognition, and gut instinct. He wasn't just trying to be right. He was trying to help people live. Pain changes the equation. Fevers are proven to fight infection. They should be seen as helpful, yet we fight them. We pop Tylenol at the first chill. Why? Because fevers hurt. And we're human. We don't chase optimal, we chase bearable. The same thing happens with money. The rational choice might be to invest aggressively, ride the market highs and weather the lows. But then reality hits. The lows feel like betrayal. Your savings are bleeding, and all those nice pie charts suddenly feel like lies. At that moment, reason matters more than logic. Reasonable is repeatable. Harry Markowitz, father of modern portfolio theory, won a Nobel Prize for discovering the optimal way to balance risk and return. But when he was asked how he invested, he said, "I visualized my grief if the stock market went way up and I wasn't in it, or if it went way down and I was completely in it, so I split my contributions 50-50. That's not math, that's emotion, that's humanity." And that's okay, because what matters most isn't having the perfect plan, it's having a plan you can stick with when things get hard. The most dangerous lie in finance. There are thousands of financial strategies that work on paper. Leveraged retirement accounts, ultra-precise asset allocation, highly diversified algorithm-tuned portfolios, but none of them matter if you abandon ship the moment the storm hits. Rational strategies don't work if they ignore emotion. Reasonable strategies are resilient. They bend, but they don't break. And staying in the game is the greatest advantage you can ever have. Love what you own. This will sound strange in a world obsessed with cold objectivity. You should love your investments. Not blindly, not irrationally, but emotionally. Why? Because love builds loyalty. Loyalty builds consistency, and consistency builds wealth. If you're passionate about a company or a fund, if it aligns with your values, your story, your identity, you're more likely to stick with it during the inevitable dips. It's not about squeezing every penny of return. It's about enduring the storms without bailing out. Rational is for robots. Reasonable is for survivors. Let me be clear. Rational doesn't always work in the real world, because the real world isn't a lab. It's your child crying during a recession, your partner panicking over a 401k, your heart pounding when you see red numbers. In those moments, logic might fail you. But reason is your anchor. Reason says, I know what the math says, but I also know myself. Reason says, this may not be optimal, but I'll sleep tonight. Reason says, I'll stick with this because I believe in it. This is your edge. The best investors aren't cold. They're committed, not to perfection, not to spreadsheets, but to systems that reflect who they are. Flawed, emotional, beautifully human. So the next time someone tells you your strategy isn't rational enough, smile and say, I'm not trying to be rational. I'm trying to be reasonable. That's why I'll still be here when the storm passes, and you will be. Because reasonable, rational, always. Chapter 12. The Trap of Surprise, when the past becomes your enemy. In the spring of 2008, a man named Alan had just retired after 35 years in corporate America. He wasn't rich, but he had saved diligently, invested prudently, and followed every rule of personal finance he'd ever learned. He wasn't trying to beat the market, just protect what he had. He read every financial paper, tracked charts going back to the 70s, and could quote Warren Buffett better than he could remember his own wedding vows. He thought he was ready. Then came the crash. Lehman Brothers collapsed, banks froze, the market plunged. Alan lost 40% of his portfolio in 6 months. And here's what stunned him the most. Nothing he studied had prepared him for the fear. The history books had mentioned market crashes, but they didn't tell him what it feels like to watch your life's work evaporate while the world shrugs and tells you, stay the course. It was a gut punch, a betrayal of logic, and it revealed one of the greatest lies in finance, that if you know the past, you can predict the future. Stanford professor Scott Sagan once said something every investor should tattoo on their brain. Things that have never happened before happen all the time. We pretend history is a roadmap, but it's more like a memoir, a record of chaos that happened once and will never happen in quite the same way again. And yet, over and over, people walk into the future holding history like a shield, only to discover it's made of glass. This is the paradox we face. We need history. It's our compass, our context, our caution tape. But when we start treating historians like prophets, assuming the past predicts the next turn of the economic wheel, we walk straight into a storm with our eyes wide shut. Why? Because investing isn't physics, it's psychology. And people, unlike particles, have emotions. Fear, greed, euphoria, despair. And emotions make us unpredictable. Richard Feynman once said, "Imagine how much harder physics would be if electrons had feelings." Well, investors have feelings, millions of them. And that makes forecasting the market feel a lot more like predicting the next plot twist in a mystery novel, one where the author is rewriting the story mid-sentence. Let me give it to you straight. In science, history is structure. In finance, history is suggestion. Every market cycle is written by a new generation in a new culture with new technology and new fears. It's never the same story twice. That's why blindly copying what worked in the 80s or the 2000s is dangerous. It's not just wrong, it can be fatal to your financial future. Investor Michael Batnick put it perfectly when asked if people today are prepared for rising interest rates just because they read about them from 40 years ago. So what? Will this rate hike look like the last one? Or the one before that? Will assets behave the same? Or the opposite? The truth is, nobody knows. Here's what happens when you worship history. 1. You grow overconfident. You think you've seen it all. 2. You stop adapting. You anchor to outcomes that may never return. 3. You get blindsided, because surprises, true gut-wrenching surprises, are the norm, not the exception. And the most dangerous surprise, the belief that there won't be any more. So what do? You embrace humility. You understand that history is a teacher, not a fortune teller. That resilience beats prediction. That adaptability, not certainty, is your greatest financial weapon. Because in the world of money, the most important lesson is this. It's not what you know that saves you. It's how fast you can let go of what you thought you knew. Welcome to the age of surprise. Stay alert, stay humble, stay ready.
Part 1.
The world runs on outliers, and you'll probably miss them. Let me tell you a story. It's not about the Great Depression, or 9/11, or World War II. It's about a man who stepped into a coffee shop in Sarajevo in 1914 to grab a sandwich. His name was Gavrilo Princip, and when he stepped back out, the course of world history detonated. He assassinated Archduke Franz Ferdinand. That single moment sparked World War I, which led to World War II, which gave rise to the Cold War, which birthed the arms race, which inspired the space race, which led to the invention of satellite technology that now powers the GPS in your phone. All of that from a sandwich. The most important forces shaping our lives, your life, my life, aren't gradual. They're explosive, rare, unpredictable, unrepeatable. They don't look like warning signs. They look like normal days until the ground breaks. The market doesn't crash because you missed a headline. It crashes because something happened no one dared imagine. That's the terrifying beauty of it. The world isn't ruled by what's common. It's ruled by what's rare. Think of the last 100 years. 15 billion people were born. And yet, if just 7 of them never existed, your life would look completely different. No Hitler, no Stalin, no Edison, no Gates, no Martin Luther King, no Mao, no Princip. History isn't fair. It doesn't distribute power evenly. It gives a microphone to the loudest whisper and lets it echo for centuries. Now let's bring it closer to home. September 11, 2001. 19 men hijack 4 planes. The world mourns. The Fed slashes interest rates, housing prices boom, then burst. Lehman Brothers collapses, the job market collapses, millions go to college, student debt balloons to $1.6 trillion. And now, you, or someone you love, might be carrying the weight of that chain reaction. How do you connect a hijacker's box cutter to a student's broken credit score? You don't. Not naturally. Not intuitively. Because the real world is not intuitive. It's chaotic. And it's driven by tail events, the outliers that no model ever predicts. We build nuclear reactors based on the worst earthquake we've seen. We plan portfolios based on the worst market crash we've survived. We forecast the future based on the worst that has happened, instead of what's possible. That's not risk management, that's risk blindness. Nassim Taleb said it best. The worst event has no precedent. That's why it's the worst. So what do? Do you panic? Do you hoard gold? Do you live in fear? No. But you prepare with humility. You stop pretending that the future will politely follow the script of the past. You stop waiting for a normal economy. You stop assuming the biggest movers in history will arrive with fanfare. Because they don't. They arrive like a shadow before sunrise, unseen and undeniable. Here's what no one tells you. The next Bill Gates might be coding in a refugee camp. The next World War might start from a tweet. The next breakthrough might be born from a high school science fair. And the next financial crisis might already be planted in today's headlines, camouflaged as nothing new. This is the age of the unpredictable. And the only people who will thrive are those who stop asking, what happened before? And start asking, what haven't we even imagined yet? Because the biggest needle movers in your life won't knock on the front door. They'll blow the roof off. So ask yourself, right now, not tomorrow, are you building your future based on yesterday's weather report? Or are you ready for the lightning strike that doesn't show up on any radar? Because it's coming. And it's always the ones you never see that change everything. Stay curious, stay humble, stay ready. Because the world doesn't run on averages, it runs on outliers.
Part 2.
This time is different, and that's exactly why you should pay attention. Imagine this. You're standing on the edge of a cliff, looking back at the winding road that got you here. You're grateful for the map that helped you arrive. But now there's no road ahead, just fog, uncertainty, and new terrain. What got you here won't get you there. And that's the great trap of history. See, we've been trained to believe that history is a guide. That if we can just look back far enough, we can know what's coming. But what if the map is outdated? What if the terrain has shifted so much that the old routes lead nowhere? This isn't theory, it's reality. The silent revolution. Your 401k is only middle-aged. If you're saving for retirement today, chances are you're leaning heavily on your 401k, maybe a Roth IRA too. But here's something most people don't realize. The 401k was born in 1981. It's younger than Pac-Man. The Roth IRA? Baby-faced, launched in the 1990s. That means for the majority of American financial history, these options didn't even exist. So when someone tells you to do what your parents did, they're sending you into battle with outdated weapons. Think about it. If the tools we use to build wealth are radically different, why are we still trying to follow blueprints from a different era? Startups then versus now, a tale of two worlds. Phil Knight, the legendary founder of Nike, once wrote, "There was no such thing as venture capital. No VC meetings, no Series A, no angel rounds. If you wanted money for your big idea, you went to a bank, and banks had one answer for risk: no." Today, a single venture capital firm can move billions, with a B. The way we fund innovation has completely transformed. So when someone references failure rates or market cycles from the good old days, ask them, which planet are you talking about? Because here on Earth 2025, the rules have changed. The market is not your father's S&P 500. In 1976, the S&P 500 finally decided to include financial stocks. Today, they make up 16% of the index. Tech stocks were practically non-existent 50 years ago. Now they are the market. Even the time between recessions has stretched and mutated. In the 1800s, a recession showed up every 2 years like clockwork. Now, we've had gaps as long as 12 years. And yet, people still treat the past like gospel. That's not wisdom, that's complacency dressed in a three-piece suit. In the 1800s, the ghost of Graham, Benjamin Graham, the godfather of value investing, the man who taught Warren Buffett himself. His book, The Intelligent Investor, changed lives, including mine. When I first read it, I felt like I had been handed a secret code, a cheat sheet for wealth. The formulas were precise, logical, timeless. Except they weren't. Because when I actually used them, they didn't work. One of Graham's famous strategies was to only buy stocks priced below 1.5x book value. If you did that today, your portfolio would look like a junkyard, rusty, outdated, underperforming. Was Graham wrong? Not at all. He evolved, constantly. Each edition of his book rewrote the formulas from the last, because he understood something most investors miss. Those do not work anymore. These seem to work now. That's not weakness. That's survival. The dangerous comfort of looking back. There's an old saying in finance, the four most dangerous words in investing are, "It's different this time." But guess what? It is different. At least some of the time. And that difference, it's not a threat. It's the very thing you need to understand to thrive. Here's the twist. The deeper you dig into history, the less useful the specifics become. General truths, fear, greed, incentives, yes, those endure. But specific tactics, specific cycles, specific assumptions, they fade with time. So when someone boasts about 100 years of data backing their strategy, ask yourself, does any of that data account for a world with TikTok, trillion-dollar tech companies, or 0% interest rates? Here's the truth you can't ignore. If you're planning your financial future based on a world that no longer exists, you're driving with a rearview mirror in a thunderstorm. The world has changed. The tools have changed. The players, the game board, the very nature of the game, it's all evolving. Fast. You can either adapt or get left behind. So, what should you do? How do you make smart choices in a world where history misleads as much as it teaches? We'll answer that next. But for now, remember, the most dangerous assumption you can make is thinking you're playing yesterday's game. Because this time, it really is different, and the clock is ticking. Chapter 13. Room for Error. Why the smartest people always hedge their bets. Imagine you're standing in the glowing chaos of a Las Vegas casino. The clinking of chips, the shuffle of cards, the cheers and groans. It's a symphony of risk. Now zoom in. Amid the frenzy, a calm figure sits at a blackjack table. He's not just gambling, he's calculating. He's a card counter. But he's not fearless. He's cautious. Because he knows something most people never fully grasp. Being right isn't enough. A seasoned card counter can tilt the odds ever so slightly, maybe a 2% edge over the house. That's not magic, that's math. But here's the twist. Even with an advantage, he doesn't go all in. Why? Because being right in theory doesn't mean winning this hand. He knows luck doesn't care about your logic. The wrong card, the wrong moment, the wrong run of chance, and your chips are gone. Game over. Not because your strategy was bad, but because you didn't leave room for error. Life is not a spreadsheet. Now take that casino wisdom and apply it to your own life. Your money, your future, your dreams. Maybe you've invested smartly. Maybe your job feels secure. Maybe your business is finally working. And then the economy stumbles. A layoff, a health scare, a market crash. You did everything right, but still got knocked off your feet. That's because success isn't just about making the right decision. It's about surviving the wrong outcome. You must expect to be wrong and still be prepared to move forward when you are. The humility of smart people. Kevin Lewis, the MIT blackjack legend portrayed in Bringing Down the House, once explained the secret to his success. He always expected the worst, even while aiming for the best. Even with a statistical edge, he only bet a fraction of his bankroll. He gave himself a cushion, not because he doubted the math, but because he respected the randomness of the real world. We must make sure that we have enough money to withstand any swings of bad luck. That's not just smart. That's survival. The most dangerous illusion, certainty. Let's be clear. Certainty is a lie. The markets don't care about your forecast. Your boss might change. Your health can change. The world shifts without asking your permission. And yet we make plans as if we're in control. We're not. That's why the most important financial strategy isn't a hot stock or a high-paying side hustle. It's resilience. It's building a margin between what you expect and what might really happen. It's keeping extra savings. It's living below your means. It's saying no to the temptation to bet big when you feel confident, because tomorrow may be the one day the odds go against you. History's graveyard of overconfidence. Throughout time, great ideas have turned into disasters because people pushed too far, thought they couldn't lose, thought the trend would continue forever. They were brilliant, bold, and bankrupt, because they didn't build in room for error. Room for error isn't weakness. It's wisdom. It's humility. It's a recognition that the world is unpredictable, and that strength lies in staying in the game, not winning every round. So, what's your safety net? If you lost your job today, how long could you stay afloat? If your investments dropped 30%, would you panic or stay calm? If your best case plan falls apart, do you have a plan B or C or D? If not, now's the time to build that room, because you won't see the bad hand coming until it's already dealt. Fear can paralyze you. Overconfidence can destroy you. But room for error? It keeps you alive. It gives you options. It gives you power. The world belongs not to those who are always right, but to those who are still standing after being wrong. So ask yourself, are you playing to win, or are you playing to keep playing?
Part 1.
Room for error, the most powerful financial strategy you're not using. Imagine this. It's the spring of 2008. Bill Gates, one of the richest men on earth, isn't celebrating his billions. He's running a company where he demands, that there be enough cash on hand to pay every Microsoft employee for an entire year, even if not a single dollar comes in. That's not overcautious. That's wise. That's room for error. And it might just be the difference between sleeping soundly and watching your world crumble. We live in a world governed by odds, not guarantees. You might think life is a game of skill. It's not. It's a game of probability. Think of blackjack. A skilled card counter doesn't know exactly which card is coming next, but they know the odds. That's all they need. They win not by being psychic, but by building in room for error, by never betting the farm, by surviving long enough for the odds to work in their favor. Now apply that to your life, to your money, to your retirement, to your family's future. Benjamin Graham, the father of value investing, once said, "The purpose of the margin of safety is to render the forecast unnecessary." Let that sink in. He wasn't talking about playing it safe. He was talking about playing to win. Because when you build in a cushion, when you expect the unexpected, you don't need to guess the future. You just need to survive it. Here's the emotional truth. Most people are quietly terrified of not knowing what's coming next. They want a straight-line answer. When will I retire? What will the market return? How much is enough? But the real answer? No one knows. And pretending you do is dangerous. We build retirement plans based on historical averages. But what if your golden years land right after the next crash? What if your health fails? What if your kid needs surgery? What if a job loss wipes out your income for a year? What if your assumptions are wrong? The solution is not fear. It's preparation. It's margin, a gap, a buffer, a safety net that turns chaos into mere inconvenience. Let me tell you a story. During the great financial crisis of 2008, Warren Buffett didn't panic. He slept well. Why? Because he promised himself and his shareholders that Berkshire Hathaway would always keep more than ample cash. He said, "I will not trade even a night's sleep for the chance of extra profits." Let that hit you. The man known for building generational wealth, the Oracle of Omaha himself, values peace of mind over profit. Why don't we? The problem is cultural. We're taught to optimize everything, invest all your cash, max out your leverage, bet big, go hard, be bold. But what happens when the market drops 30% and your spreadsheet says you're technically okay, but your spouse is waking you up at 2 a.m. wondering if you've ruined your kid's future? Spreadsheets don't measure anxiety. And let's be real, if you're emotionally broken, if you're physically exhausted, if you lose trust in your decisions, you're out of the game. That's game over. And there are no extra lives. So what does room for error look like? It's assuming 5% returns instead of 7%, and saving a little more. It's keeping 6 months of expenses in cash, not because you're weak, but because you're wise. It's knowing you could be wrong, and designing your life so it doesn't destroy you when you are. This isn't about being conservative. It's about endurance. And endurance beats brilliance every time. The biggest gains in wealth don't come from bold predictions. They come from not getting knocked out, from sticking around long enough to catch that rare bull run, that compound interest curve, that once-in-a-decade opportunity. Here's the urgent truth. If you're 25 or 55, the same rule applies. Build your future with the expectation that the world will not go as planned. And if you're wrong, you'll have extra money, extra time, extra peace. If you're right, you'll still be standing when everyone else is scrambling for survival. Room for error is not fear. It's not weakness. It's the ultimate financial superpower. So ask yourself, what's your margin of safety? Because when the next storm hits, and it will, you'll either be the one rebuilding or the one people run to for help. Make your choice while you still can.
Part 2.
The game you can't afford to lose. Imagine this, you're offered a bet. A single spin of the chamber, 1 bullet, 5 empty slots. If you win, you walk away with $1 million. If you lose, well, you never walk away again. Would you take it? The odds are in your favor, statistically. 5 out of 6 times, you'd be rich. But any sane person would slam that revolver down and walk away. Because even if the math is on your side, the cost of being wrong is death. Now let me ask you something far more subtle. Why do so many of us play financial Russian roulette every single day? The hidden killer in your wallet. Most of us don't recognize when we're doing it because the game looks so innocent. It's signing for a bigger mortgage than you can truly afford because home prices always go up. It's taking on debt to chase a dream investment because this opportunity won't come again. It's putting your future on the line for what looks like a sure thing. And statistically, it usually works. But that one time it doesn't? That's the one that can destroy you. Ask anyone who got wiped out in 2008. Ask the traders at Lehman Brothers. Ask the families who had to sell their homes, their security, their peace. Leverage doesn't just increase your upside, it multiplies your exposure to catastrophe. It turns a routine downturn into personal ruin. And ruin is not something you can bounce back from easily. Because ruin doesn't just take your money, it takes your ability to recover. It takes your chance to play again. The seduction of smart optimism. We live in a world that rewards optimism. Bet on yourself. Take the leap. Fortune favors the bold. And it's true. Calculated risk is essential to growth. You don't get ahead by playing it safe all the time. But there's a difference between being bold and being blind. Nassim Taleb said it best. You can be risk-loving and yet completely averse to ruin. It's not contradictory. It's wise. Because success is a game of endurance, not bravado. You don't win by hitting 1 home run. You win by staying in the game long enough to hit 100 singles. The survival strategy of the wealthy. Let me tell you a secret the smartest investors, entrepreneurs, and builders live by. They protect against the downside even when it seems unlikely. They use what Taleb calls the barbell strategy. On one side, they take asymmetric risks. Small downsides, huge potential upsides. On the other side, they are paranoid about loss. They hold cash. They own boring assets. They keep their burn rate low. This isn't fear. This is discipline. This is the mindset of people who don't just want to win. They want to keep winning. The infinite return of staying alive. Here's the ultimate truth. The most valuable asset you will ever own is the ability to keep playing the game. Because once you're out, once you're wiped out, once you're ruined, it doesn't matter how smart you were or how great the odds were. The most powerful wealth-building move you can make isn't chasing the next big return. It's survival. And survival means building in room for error. It means never betting the house. It means walking away from any deal, no matter how good it looks, if the downside is something you cannot afford. Because the ability to do what you want, when you want, for as long as you want, that's not just wealth. That's freedom. And freedom, my friend, is worth more than any $1 million bet. Don't play games you can't afford to lose. Stay in the game. That's how you win.
Part 3.
Let me tell you a story, not just about money, but about survival, control, and how the tiniest oversight can turn into a catastrophe. It's late 1942. In the frozen wastelands outside the battered ruins of Stalingrad, 104 German tanks stood ready. Well-oiled machines, state-of-the-art engineering, months of planning behind them. But when the call to action came, when those tanks were needed most, only 19 of them worked. Not because they'd been hit, not because of sabotage, not even because of harsh weather. Field mice had chewed through the wiring. That's right. The most powerful military in the world at that time was sidelined by rodents. No strategist had planned for it. No tank designer had built defenses against it. It wasn't in the manuals. It wasn't in the risk reports. It wasn't even in the realm of possibility until it happened. And that's the point. You don't get to choose the crises life throws your way. They're rarely dramatic, like a recession, a war, or a market crash. More often, they're quiet, creeping, nasty surprises born from things you never thought to worry about until they're tearing your life apart. Your company gets hacked, your startup loses its lease, your roof collapses, your savings disappear because a medical bill arrives out of nowhere. Your job, your sole source of income, vanishes overnight. None of this is theoretical. These things happen, and they happen more often than anyone wants to admit. Now here's what should scare you. Most people, especially in the wealthiest country on earth, are one paycheck away from chaos. No backup, no redundancy, no margin of safety. They believe that if they plan well enough, budget precisely enough, work hard enough, they'll be fine. But the problem with perfect plans is that they assume a perfect world. And the world, it's not just imperfect, it's ruthless. Now let me ask you something hard. Where are the field mice in your life? Not literally, but metaphorically. What small, forgotten risk is silently chewing through your wiring? What part of your life is built on a single point of failure? If your paycheck stopped tomorrow, how long could you last? If your car broke down, could you fix it? If a family member needed emergency care, could you help? This isn't about pessimism. It's about preparedness. Warren Buffett once said he needed a successor genetically programmed to avoid ruin, including the kinds of ruin never seen before. Let that sink in. Because the most successful investors, leaders, and builders, the ones who stay rich, not just get rich, don't bet on avoiding risk. They build lives where failure is survivable, where the worst-case scenario doesn't mean the end. Look, I get it. Saving money feels boring. It's not exciting, like investing in the next big thing or launching a business. But here's what people miss. Saving isn't just about the future. It's about protecting the present. It's about saying, even if everything goes wrong, if the market tanks, if I lose my job, if my plan falls apart, I won't, because I have room for error. You don't save just for a house, you save for the mice, for the thing you never saw coming, for the disaster no one predicts. For the night the lights go out, and no one can explain why. Because when the unthinkable happens, and one day it will, the people who survive aren't the smartest or the luckiest. They're the ones who left room for error. So today ask yourself, where is your single point of failure? Where do you need a backup? And what can you start doing right now, not tomorrow, not next year, to build a little more breathing room into your life? Because the thing you don't prepare for, that's what breaks you. And if you're smart, if you really care about your future, you won't just plan for success. You'll plan to survive failure. And that might just be the smartest move you ever make. Chapter 14. You'll change. Let me tell you a story. I grew up with a friend. No family name, no special gifts, nothing handed to him. But that kid had something even more powerful. Relentlessness. Grit in its purest form. His dream? Become a doctor. Now understand, this wasn't some middle-class kid choosing between med school or business school. He came from nothing. His schools were underfunded. His environment was full of noise and distraction. Most people around him were just trying to survive. But he refused to be average. He studied while others slept, worked double shifts while his peers partied, and kept marching even when the road was paved with rejection. And eventually, a decade older than most of his classmates, he became what he set out to be, a doctor. It should have been a fairy tale ending, but life rarely sticks to the script. I caught up with him years later. "Hey man, long time. How are you?" "Awful career." He interrupted. I laughed, unsure if he was joking. "I'm serious, awful career." For 10 minutes, that was his refrain. The stress, the grueling hours, the soul-crushing bureaucracy, it had broken the man who once bulldozed his way through every obstacle. Here's the truth most people don't talk about. You will change. Not just a little, not just your circumstances, you. The illusion that traps us all. Psychologists call it the end of history illusion. The belief that while we know how much we've changed in the past, we somehow think we've reached our final form now. That today, we've become who we'll always be. But you haven't, and you won't. That's why the career you chase at 20 might suffocate you at 40. That's why the financial plan you made before kids might collapse once diapers and daycare hit. That's why dreams that once kept you up at night might one day feel like cages you desperately want to escape from. And it's not failure. It's not weakness. It's evolution. The danger of a life set in stone. Let's get real. Most 5-year-olds want to drive tractors. Then they grow up and want to be lawyers. Then they become lawyers and realize they never see their kids. So they switch to a job with more flexibility, only to discover childcare eats up the paycheck. So they stay home, and by 70 they realize they're unprepared for retirement. Was any of it a mistake? No. It was life. It was change. It was adapting in real time to new circumstances, new values, and a new version of yourself. But the danger is in refusing to adapt your financial life alongside your personal evolution. That's where regret breeds. That's where dreams turn to burdens. Regret is the real cost. The people who feel the most lost aren't those who failed. They're the ones who succeeded at something that no longer fulfills them and feel too trapped to change. They're the ones who saved for a future they no longer want, or who stuck with a job they chose when they were too young to understand what life really demands. As the brilliant Daniel Gilbert put it, young people pay good money to get tattoos removed that teenagers paid good money to get. Middle-aged people rush to divorce people who young adults rush to marry. Change is not the enemy. Refusing to admit you've changed is. How to plan in a world where you will change. So what's the answer? How do you build a financial life in a world where your goals, identity, and values will evolve? Here's the key. Balance and flexibility beat precision. 1. Avoid extremes. Don't assume you'll be happy with very little. Don't bet your life on a high-income grind either. People adapt to both, but the downsides of extremes, burnout, resentment, lost time, tend to last longer than the highs. 2. Compound moderately, endure massively. The magic of compounding only works if you let it breathe. That means creating a lifestyle that doesn't burn you out. Moderate savings, moderate time with family, moderate work hours. Balance gives you staying power. 3. Let go of sunk costs. Clinging to a plan you made when you were a different person is like letting a stranger run your life. Kill bad plans without guilt. The faster you do it, the faster you can get back to compounding something new. Psychologist Daniel Kahneman, one of the smartest minds of our time, was known for rewriting chapters from scratch even after weeks of hard work. When asked how he could start over so freely, he said, "I have no sunk costs." That's the mindset. You'll change. Your job may change. Your family might change. Your health, your values, your passions, they will evolve. But if you build your financial life to bend without breaking, if you can adapt without regret, you give yourself something rare, freedom to become who you're meant to be next. And that's a kind of wealth no one can take from you. Next up, the cost of compounding, and why most people never pay it. Chapter 15. Nothing is free, the hidden price of every dream. We live in a world addicted to the illusion of ease. Free shipping, no money down, make 6 figures from home. But let's make something brutally clear. Nothing is free. Not success, not security, not even survival. Everything has a price. The tragedy? That price often isn't printed on a label. It doesn't appear on the receipt. It comes due silently, after the fact, when you're too deep in the game to back out. And by then, you're either prepared to pay, or you're paying with regret. Take General Electric, the crown jewel of American capitalism. In 2004, GE wasn't just a company, it was the company, worth over $300 billion. A titan, a monument to industrial dominance. For decades, it symbolized stability, innovation, and power. But behind the curtain, it was a delicate machine, partly powered by its massive financing division, which made up over half of GE's profits. And when the 2008 financial crisis hit, that engine cracked open and hemorrhaged. What followed was brutal. A collapse in energy bets, billions in losses, and a stock that nosedived from $40 to $7 over the next decade. The world turned on CEO Jeff Immelt, who once steered GE through acclaim and boardroom triumphs. Critics called him reckless, blind, foolish. Headlines screamed, he should have known. But as he walked out of the company he once ruled, Immelt offered a haunting truth to his successor. Every job looks easy when you're not the one doing it. It's easy to mock the failure of giants from the sidelines, but real leadership, the kind that bears the weight of decisions that can destroy empires, is a burden no outsider can truly see. You think you want success? Do you know what it costs? Success will ask for your time, your peace, your pride. It'll demand sleepless nights, shattered confidence, impossible decisions, and the ability to stand alone when everyone else is pointing fingers. The real cost is often invisible until the bill is overdue. Immelt's successor didn't last 15 months. Because understanding the idea of leadership and carrying its crushing weight are two entirely different things. Here's the truth. The people who win aren't always the smartest. They're the ones willing to pay the hidden price. So before you chase the spotlight, the empire, the million-dollar idea, stop and ask, what does it cost, and am I willing to pay it fully, painfully, and without applause? Because every dream has a price. And the only thing more expensive than success is pretending it should be free.
Part 1.
The high price of wealth. Why trying to cheat the market always backfires. Imagine this. If you had simply invested in the S&P 500 and done nothing else, no market timing, no fancy predictions, no stress trading, you could have seen your money multiply 119-fold over 50 years ending in 2018. Just sit back. Let compounding do the heavy lifting. Sounds easy, right? But here's the truth. Successful investing is never easy when you're the one in the arena. You'll hear advice like, hold stocks for the long run. It's technically sound. But do you know what it actually feels like when your portfolio is plunging and every headline screams recession? It feels like fear, doubt, uncertainty, regret. The emotional cost of real returns. Here's the brutal truth most never admit. The cost of great returns isn't measured in dollars. It's paid in anxiety. It's paid in sleepless nights. It's paid in enduring the chaos while holding on for the ride. Everyone wants the 11% annual return, but nobody wants the emotional roller coaster that comes with earning it. Imagine buying a $30,000 car. You can either 1. Pay full price, 2. Settle for a cheaper one, 3. Steal it. We know number 3 is idiotic because the consequences aren't worth the reward. But investing? People try to steal returns all the time. They want that same 11% annual gain without the gut-punching drawdowns, the panic-filled headlines, or the pain of patience. They try to time the market. Jump in, jump out. Avoid volatility. Outsmart recessions. It's like trying to steal a Ferrari and expecting to live free and clear. The price is the point. Let's make this real. Netflix delivered over 35,000% returns from 2002 to 2018, but it traded below its all-time high on 94% of trading days. Monster Beverage returned an insane 319,000% over 23 years, but it was underwater 95% of the time. That's the market's trade-off. You can have incredible wealth if you're willing to bleed a little. The price of admission? Watching your investment plunge, sometimes for years, and still having the guts to stay seated. The delusion of shortcutting the system. Morningstar tracked 112 tactical mutual funds, those supposedly smart enough to dodge market declines. During 2010 to 2011, when markets were chaotic, only 9 outperformed a simple 60-40 index fund. Most were worse despite trying harder. Why? Because volatility is not avoidable. It's the cost of greatness. Even individual investors fall for the illusion. They jump in and out of funds, reacting to fear. The average investor earns less than the very fund they invest in, just because they don't stay put. That's not smart investing. That's paying double because you refuse to pay once. The illusion of safety is the most dangerous lie. Even giants fall. GE under Jack Welch was worshipped for its flawless earnings reports. Like a magician, Welch always beat Wall Street's estimates, but it was an illusion, a house built on borrowed time and borrowed numbers. Eventually, the facade cracked. GE shareholders paid the deferred bill, with interest. Decades of manipulation collapsed into mammoth losses. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac tried the same trick, hiding earnings to smooth out the future. When the storm hit, they had no shelter left. Here's the law no one escapes. You can delay paying the price, but you can never avoid it. Nash, the final lesson. If you want wealth, freedom, and peace of mind, the kind that builds a lasting legacy, you have three options. 1. Pay the price. Endure the ups and downs. Stay calm. Stay invested. 2. Settle for less. Choose safety, lower risk, and lower reward. 3. Try to cheat the game. Jump in and out, avoid the pain, dodge the price. And like the car thief, most who try to cheat will eventually lose everything. So next time the market dips, remember, that fear you feel, that uncertainty, that storm in your stomach, that is the price. And paying it is what separates the wealthy from the wishful. Because wealth doesn't come to those who try to avoid the pain. It comes to those brave enough to endure it. The market doesn't reward brilliance. It rewards resilience.
Part 2.
The price of the ride, why most people miss the magic of investing. Imagine a man named David. He's standing in line at Disneyland, clutching the hand of his 8-year-old daughter. It's hot. The line is long. The ticket in his pocket cost him over $100 each. He's tired, but he's smiling. Because he knows what's coming. Laughter, magic, memory-making moments. David doesn't complain about the price, because it feels like a fee, a cost you choose to pay for something wonderful. Now shift the scene. Same David, 2 years later, he finally worked up the courage to invest in the stock market. He did everything right. Read books, built a plan, chose a low-cost index fund, and then, boom, the market drops 20%. His stomach sinks. Even though he intellectually knew this could happen, emotionally, it feels like a fine. Not a fee, not the price of admission, a punishment for being naive, for taking a risk, for doing something wrong. And that's where most people break. The emotional misdirection that kills wealth. Why do people happily pay $800 a month for a car, $6 for coffee, and $5,000 for a vacation, but recoil at the idea of watching their investments dip, even temporarily? Because the price of investing success is invisible until it hits you. There's no receipt, no itemized bill, just uncertainty, fear, and that sinking feeling in your gut. But here's the truth that can change everything. Market volatility is not a punishment, it's a ticket. It's the price of admission. You're not being fined. You're being asked if you're still willing to ride the ride. The Disneyland illusion. Every year, 18 million people willingly hand over $100 plus per ticket to Disneyland. No one calls it a fine. They call it magic. They leave with memories, photos, joy. They expected to pay for something extraordinary. Investing is the same. But because the return doesn't come gift-wrapped in fireworks and music, we mistake the ride for a wreck. You will feel it when the market drops. It will test your stomach. But that feeling, that discomfort, isn't a sign that something's wrong. It's proof you're on the right ride. What are you actually buying? Let's be honest. Nobody wants to lose 20% of their money. Especially not first-timers. But that temporary drop? That's the very reason you can expect a long-term gain. Cash doesn't drop. Bonds don't swing wildly. That's why they also don't compound like the market does. You're not just buying stocks. You're buying access to a better future. You're buying freedom. It's options. But that kind of access isn't free. Never has been. Never will be. The real question, are you willing to pay the price? To sit with discomfort? To reframe fear as investment in progress? To look volatility in the eye and say, I see you, and I accept you, because I know what I'm here for. Because that's what separates investors from spectators, tourists from builders, people who live paycheck to paycheck from those who build lasting wealth. If you see it as a fine, you'll run. If you see it as a fee, you'll win. The difference is everything. You don't have to buy the Disneyland ticket. You can go to the county fair, stay home, keep your cash in a jar, and maybe you'll sleep easier tonight. But if you want more, if you want the magic, you have to be willing to pay the price most never will. Yes, sometimes it rains at Disneyland, but the magic never disappears. So ask yourself, are you trying to avoid the price, or are you ready to earn the reward? Because the market doesn't fine you, it challenges you. And if you can find the courage to call that challenge what it really is, a fee worth paying, then wealth becomes not just possible, it becomes inevitable. Chapter 16. You and Me. A story of financial illusions, false signals, and the danger of following the wrong crowd. Imagine waking up one morning in 2001 and realizing your retirement account has been gutted. Gone. Just like that. $6.2 trillion in household wealth vanished when the dot-com bubble burst. Or picture the summer of 2008. The housing market collapses. $8 trillion evaporates. Jobs disappear. Families are forced out of homes they could once afford. Entire communities hollowed out, not by war, not by a natural disaster, but by a financial illusion. Now take a breath, because here's the truth. These aren't isolated incidents. These are recurring tragedies. We like to think we'd never fall for it, that we're the rational ones, that it's always someone else's greed, someone else's mistake. But bubbles don't form because people go crazy. They form because people start taking cues from others, without realizing they're not even playing the same game. The hidden crisis. You wouldn't walk into a hospital and take medical advice meant for someone else's body. Yet millions of investors do just that with their money, every single day. They buy when others buy. They sell when others panic. They hear a confident voice on TV or see a rising price on a chart and think, maybe they know something I don't. It feels smart. It feels exciting. It feels urgent. And that's the trap. Different games, same field. Let me ask you something simple. How much would you pay for a share of Google? That answer isn't just about math. It's about time. Are you holding for 30 years? Then you care about long-term fundamentals. Are you flipping it by Friday? Then all you care about is the next headline, the next bump, the next heartbeat of market sentiment. Now imagine these two people, one looking decades ahead, the other focused on the next 10 minutes, buying the same stock, same price, same market, same day. But they are playing completely different games. And yet, their actions influence each other. That's where the real danger begins. When the wrong people set the price. During the dot-com boom, Yahoo stock soared to insane valuations. You'd be right to say this made no sense. But day traders weren't analyzing 10-year projections. They were riding daily waves. For them, the price did make sense, because their game was short-term momentum. The same story unfolded in the housing market. Who in their right mind pays $700,000 for a small Florida home? Someone who plans to flip it in 3 months and pocket the difference. When short-term traders flood the market, they don't just play their game, they set the rules for everyone. They become the price setters. And if you're a long-term investor who starts following their lead, you're not just playing a different game, you're playing a dangerous one. The illusion of rationality. Were these people irrational? Not always. They were just playing a game that made sense to them. The irrationality lies in the rest of us, those who let ourselves be influenced by them without understanding their goals. You start to think, maybe I should buy too. And once you do, you're not investing anymore. You're chasing. The collision that hurts. Imagine two runners sprinting at each other from opposite ends of the field. They're focused, determined, and completely unaware that they're on a collision course. That's the market. Day traders and long-term investors might not even know the other exists, but when their paths cross, someone always gets hurt. Usually, it's the one who thought they were playing the safe, patient game until the rules changed under their feet. Know your game. Here's the part no one talks about enough. There is no universal rulebook for investing. Not everyone is playing for the same goals, under the same pressure, on the same timeline. And when you start copying others without knowing what game they're playing, you become a puppet, not a player. That's why your mission matters. You have to define it. Years ago, I wrote mine down. I am a passive investor, optimistic in the world's ability to grow over the next 30 years, and confident that growth will accrue to my investments. It changed everything. Because now, when the market spikes or crashes, when the headlines scream or whisper, I don't flinch. I know which game I'm playing, and I know which ones I'm not. The emotional cost of comparison. But this isn't just about stocks. It's about life. We compare ourselves constantly, how we dress, what we drive, where we vacation. But we never see the full picture. You don't see the mortgage behind the mansion or the anxiety behind the sports car. You're borrowing someone else's expectations, then punishing yourself for not measuring up to their results without knowing the price they paid to get there. And it leaves you empty. The final warning bubbles don't just wreck economies. They wreck lives, because people follow others into financial chaos without stopping to ask, are we even playing the same game? You and I, we don't get to control what the market does, but we do get to control how we react. We get to choose our strategy, our timeline, our goals. If you take nothing else from this, let it be this. Figure out what game you're playing, then play it with everything you've got. Ignore the noise, guard your goals, and never, ever take your cues from someone who doesn't know your story. Next, why pessimism sounds smart, but costs you everything. Chapter 17, The Seduction of Pessimism. Why fear sells and hope quietly wins. There's a reason fear spreads faster than facts. It demands your attention, hijacks your emotion, and paralyzes your logic. For decades, the human brain has been wired not to seek truth, but to survive. And in the realm of survival, pessimism has a powerful edge. We live in a world where optimism builds empires, yet pessimism headlines the news. The ancient allure of doom. There is no more common emotion in investing or in life than fear, and there's no better way to sound intelligent than to predict disaster. Look around. When someone says the world is ending, the room gets quiet. People lean in, voices drop, the mood shifts. But say that things are improving, that life will get better, that progress is real, and you'll often get a patronizing smile or a dismissive shrug. It's not that optimism is rare. It's that it feels unsafe. Naive, even. As historian Deirdre McCloskey said, for reasons I have never understood, people like to hear that the world is going to hell. Why? Because fear feels protective. Fear feels like control. Optimism versus delusion. Let's be clear, optimism is not blind faith. It's not ignorance of risk. Real optimism is choosing to bet on progress despite knowing that setbacks, crashes, and chaos are inevitable. It's understanding that markets crash, but then recover. That recessions come, but so does innovation. That war destroys, and yet peace rebuilds. Optimism is believing that tomorrow holds more potential than pain, not because it always will, but because it usually does. Statistician Hans Rosling once said, I am not an optimist. I am a very serious possibilist. And that's the point. It's not about delusion. It's about data, and what history shows over and over again. A tale of two predictions. Flashback to December 29th, 2008. The financial world was burning. Fear was everywhere, unemployment rising, markets collapsing, and on the front page of the Wall Street Journal, a wild forecast from a Russian academic predicting that the United States would break into 6 nations, with parts reverting to Chinese, Mexican, Russian, and Canadian control. No, this wasn't a fringe blog. It was one of the world's most respected publications. And people believed it, because when you're scared, doomsday sounds logical. Now imagine if, during the famine-stricken, war-torn days of post-U2 Japan, someone had published this. In a generation, Japan will become one of the richest, healthiest, most technologically advanced countries on Earth. Life expectancy will double. Its economy will explode. Its stock market will soar. America will beg to learn from its companies. They'd be laughed out of the room. But that's exactly what happened. Why we believe the worst. The truth is, pessimism sounds smart, urgent, thoughtful, while optimism sounds like wishful thinking. Say the market will crash, you'll get on CNBC. Say things are improving, you'll be accused of selling something. And that's why pessimism sells. Tell someone a stock will rise tenfold, and they'll scoff. Tell them it's about to collapse, and they'll cancel their meetings to hear you out. Fear demands our attention. Hope asks for patience. And attention is currency, especially in a world flooded with noise. The cost of constant fear. This bias toward pessimism isn't just intellectual, it's expensive. Every time you fall for a doomsday prediction, you miss out on pounding. Every time you panic sell, you interrupt long-term growth. Every time you avoid risk out of fear, you pay the silent price of missed opportunity. In the last century, despite wars, pandemics, crashes, and crises, the U.S. stock market rose 17,000-fold, dividends included. But no newsletter is going to sell subscriptions by telling you everything is probably going to be okay. The bravery of believing in better. True optimism is courageous. It's saying, I know things can go wrong, but I'm choosing to participate in the solution anyway. Optimism is a bet on human behavior. That people wake up, work hard, solve problems, and build better futures. Not every time, not flawlessly, but consistently enough to matter. Pessimism will always be louder, but that doesn't make it wiser. As economist Matt Ridley wrote, if you say catastrophe is imminent, you may expect a Genius Award or the Nobel Peace Prize. If you say the world is getting better, you're naive. But if you want to understand the world, follow the facts, not the fear. Final thought. The most reasonable bet, pessimism plays to your fear. Optimism invites you to think long-term. And in the end, while pessimism may be seductive, it's optimism that pays. It's optimism that builds wealth, careers, companies, and nations. So ask yourself this. Do you want to be the smartest person in the room, predicting the end? Or the quiet one outside the room, building the future everyone else was too scared to believe in? Choose your bet. The future listens.
Part 1.
Let's begin with this unsettling truth. No one is crazy. But when it comes to money, when it comes to fear, risk, loss, and regret, we are all deeply human. And that, right there, is the point. Why pessimism sells and why it can sabotage your future. Think about this. You've never seen a breaking news alert that says, everything's fine, keep investing. But markets crash, recession looms, inflation skyrockets. Those headlines dominate. Why? Because pessimism has a powerful seduction. And it's not your fault. It's in your biology. Nobel laureate Daniel Kahneman said it best. Losses loom larger than gains. It's not just a saying, it's a survival mechanism. Your ancestors weren't anxious about opportunity. They were wired to run from threats. That's how they lived long enough to pass on their genes. And today, you've inherited that wiring. The brain screams, protect, retreat, survive. Every time your 401k dips or a financial storm brews on the horizon, even when it's just a temporary storm. The danger of logical fear. Here's the trap. Pessimism doesn't just feel more urgent. It sounds more rational. It wears a suit. It quotes data. It sounds like it's looking out for you. And that's why people fall for it. Fear says, what if the market crashes again? What if you lose everything? What if it's too late to start? But optimism? Optimism sounds naive, childish, reckless. Until you realize this undeniable fact. The U.S. stock market has grown more than 100-fold over the last century. Not because everything was perfect, but because optimism, even in chaos, was usually right. The urgency of perspective. You are living in one of the most resource-rich, innovation-driven eras in human history. But if you listen only to the voice of fear, you'll miss it. You'll miss the long-term wealth that comes not from perfect timing, but from patient, confident action. You'll miss the magic of compounding, of planting seeds today that won't bloom for years, but when they do, they can transform generations. You'll miss the chance to be the calm in the storm. While others panic, you build. Choose courage over comfort. Yes, risk is real. Loss is real. Recessions happen. Bubbles burst. But so do recoveries. So do booms. So does growth. And in the long run, history hasn't been kind to those who let fear dictate their financial destiny. So the question is not, what if everything goes wrong? The real question is, what will you miss if you don't act? Because while pessimism sounds smart, optimism is where the money is made. Not blind optimism, not fantasy, but informed belief in a future that rewards patience, resilience, and courage. And the clock is ticking. Your future self is waiting. Will you let fear run your money, or will you take the reins and run your future? Decide now, before someone else does it for you.
Part 2.
The economy doesn't knock. It breaks down the door. There's a reason money commands our constant attention. It's everywhere. It touches everything. When something goes wrong with money, when the economy falters, it doesn't just happen to someone else. It happens to everyone, including you. That's what makes financial events uniquely terrifying. A hurricane crashing into Florida is a tragedy, but unless you live there, it's a headline, not a personal threat. But a recession? That doesn't just knock on your door. It crashes through it. Your job, your savings, your rent, your groceries, every corner of your life feels the tremor. Even if you've never bought a single share of stock, the market has a way of finding you. Over half of American households do own stocks, but even those that don't are hit by the tidal wave of media coverage every time the market takes a dip. You've seen the red headlines. You've felt the shift in mood. A 1% gain is background noise. A 1% drop, that's front page panic. And when the market falls, we don't just observe, we analyze, we panic, we assign blame. Is the Fed losing control? Is this political incompetence? Is this the start of something worse? We don't do this with optimism. A rising market is assumed. A falling market is a story, and stories demand attention. This isn't new. Before the Great Depression, only 2.5% of Americans owned stock. Yet, when the market crashed in 1929, the entire nation froze in disbelief. It didn't matter if you were a banker in Manhattan or a mechanic in rural Ohio, you felt the ground shift beneath you. Historian Eric Rockway captured this moment of collective paralysis, writing, "This fall in value immediately afflicted only a few Americans. But so closely had the others watched the market and regarded it as an index of their fates that they suddenly stopped much of their economic activity." Or, as economist Joseph Schumpeter chillingly summarized, people felt that the ground under their feet was giving way. You don't have to care about the stock market for it to care about you. There are only two forces in life that will affect you whether you want them to or not: your health and your money. And while health tends to be personal, money is systemic. It's a shared ecosystem. When one part breaks, we all feel the pressure. One person's panic can ripple through the entire economy and your life. This is why financial awareness isn't a luxury, it's a necessity. Because in a world where a single headline can change the trajectory of your life, ignorance isn't bliss, it's exposure. So pay attention. Not because you want to be scared, but because not paying attention is far more dangerous.
Part 3.
Imagine waking up to headlines screaming that the world is running out of oil. Prices are soaring, panic is setting in. Experts warn that demand will outpace supply by a staggering margin. And for a moment, the future looks dark, chaotic even. That was the world in 2008. Environmentalist Lester Brown warned that by 2030, China alone would need 98 million barrels of oil per day. The global supply at the time? Just 85 million. If you followed that straight line, the outcome was inevitable. Catastrophe. And yet, that disaster never came. Why? Because markets don't stand still. Humans don't stand still. There is a fundamental law in economics and life. The extremes don't last. Whether things are going extraordinarily well or terribly wrong, reality has a way of correcting itself. Not always in ways we can see in the moment, but always through the tireless push and pull of supply, demand, and innovation. When oil hit $138 a barrel, the world didn't collapse. It adapted. What was once too expensive to drill suddenly became worth its weight in gold. Innovation surged. Fracking and horizontal drilling unlocked reserves previously thought unreachable. In just over a decade, U.S. oil production more than doubled. Global supply surpassed 100 million barrels per day. The crisis that once seemed inevitable was not only avoided, it was obliterated by human ingenuity. This is more than a story about oil. It's a wake-up call about how we think and fear the future. Pessimism feels safe, it feels smart, it sounds rational, but it often fails to account for the most powerful force in economics: incentive-fueled innovation. Fear thrives when we assume the future is linear, when we believe today's problems will grow unchecked, unstoppable. But the truth is, problems don't just grow, they provoke. They provoke ideas, they provoke breakthroughs, they provoke change. The real danger isn't in the crisis. The danger is in believing that nothing will change. So the next time you hear a dire prediction, ask yourself, is this forecasting the future or just projecting the present? History shows us that necessity is more than the mother of invention. It's the spark of resilience, the fuel of progress, and the reason why humanity continues to defy even its most convincing doomsday prophets. Don't bet against adaptation. Don't bet against progress. And most of all, don't bet against people.
Part 4.
The invisible ascent, why we miss the power of progress. Progress whispers, but setbacks? They scream. It's a cruel imbalance of perception. Progress unfolds so slowly, it slips past unnoticed. Setbacks, on the other hand, are loud, fast, and unforgettable. Explosions make headlines, compounding goes unseen. There are 1,000 overnight tragedies, but overnight miracles? Almost none. Take January 5th, 1889. The Detroit Free Press confidently declared that man would never fly. The weight, the science, it was all wrong, they said. Nature has reached her limit, the article warned. To believe otherwise was to flirt with fantasy. 6 months later, a teenager named Orville Wright dropped out of high school to join his brother Wilbur in a dusty workshop. They weren't aerospace engineers. They weren't funded by government grants. They were just two obsessed brothers with a dream and a bicycle shop. Within a few years, they shattered the very laws of possibility the world had taken for granted. And yet, no one noticed. For years after their first flight, the world remained blind to the miracle taking shape. Witnesses in Dayton, Ohio shrugged off what they saw. Must have been a trick, they thought, like watching someone bend a spoon with their mind. Surely not real. Not until 1908, 4.5 years later, did the media begin to take them seriously. Not until then did the world wake up and realize the sky was no longer the limit. It was only the beginning. But even after that, society couldn't grasp what they had done. It wasn't seen as a vehicle of commerce, connection, or peace, but merely a tool of war, or a novelty for the rich. In 1909, the Washington Post scoffed, "There will never be such a thing as commercial aerial freighters." 5 months later, the first cargo plane took off. Here's the deeper truth. Optimism is slow and silent. Pessimism is fast and loud. We are wired to respond to speed and sound, which means we're wired to miss what matters most. We panic over bankruptcies, stock crashes, and job losses. We obsess over plane crashes, fascinated by destruction in real time. But we overlook the miracle of flight itself. The miracle that was once impossible. The miracle we now complain about when the Wi-Fi doesn't work at 30,000 feet. This is true in medicine. Heart disease deaths in America have plummeted by over 70% since 1965. That's like saving the entire population of Atlanta every single year. But no one notices. Why? Because it didn't happen in a moment. It happened over decades. Quietly, uncelebrated. Compare that to something like a terrorist attack, a hurricane, a mass shooting. They dominate headlines, ignite fear, and stir emotion, because they happen suddenly. But the steady victories of humanity? They're buried, ignored, taken for granted. Business works the same way. It took years for the world to understand the potential of companies like Amazon or Apple. But one bad quarter, one missed earnings call, and billions can vanish overnight. Stock markets, they can quietly triple over a decade and get a passing mention. But let them fall 40% in 6 months, and Congress is demanding answers. Your career? You can spend a lifetime building a reputation and lose it all in a single email. This is why pessimism feels smarter. It's quicker to process. It feels urgent. But optimism, it requires patience. It asks you to see the big picture, to trust in slow, silent growth when everything in your biology is screaming, "Run!" And yet, if you want to succeed, truly succeed, you must reverse that instinct. You must recognize that the price of progress is often invisible, that success demands you endure loss, volatility, boredom, and time. That while pain happens in an instant, growth happens in the background. Every investor, every entrepreneur, every dreamer must understand. The rewards go to those who can hold the long view in a short-term world. Because when you learn to listen for the whisper of progress amidst the noise of chaos, that's when you truly begin to win.
Part 5.
In 2004, the New York Times sat down with one of the most brilliant minds the world has ever known, Stephen Hawking. By then, Hawking had lived over 4 decades with an unforgiving motor neuron disease that had robbed him of speech, movement, and the ability to live without a wheelchair. But it hadn't taken his spirit. Speaking through his computerized voice, he shared how thrilled he was that his books about black holes, time, and the cosmos were being embraced by everyday people, not just scientists. "Are you always this cheerful?" the interviewer asked. Hawking's reply? "My expectations were reduced to 0 when I was 21. Everything since then has been a bonus." Think about that. Here was a man who had every reason to surrender to despair, And instead, he chose gratitude, chose joy, chose optimism. Not the naive kind that ignores reality, but the powerful kind that survives it. There's a hidden truth in what he said. When your expectations are low, every good thing feels like a miracle. But when you expect greatness all the time, even the best moments can feel ordinary. That's why pessimism can feel so safe. It shields us. It says prepare for the worst, so you never feel blindsided. And when life turns out better than feared, there's a strange kind of relief. But here's the trap. Pessimism might protect you from disappointment, but it robs you of momentum. It stops you from dreaming big, from starting bold, from believing in what's possible. And that's far more dangerous, because progress, the kind that transforms lives, requires hope. And hope is risky. But it's also the only thing that has ever moved the world forward. So if you're standing at a crossroads, faced with uncertainty, fear, or doubt, remember Hawking, a man who had lost nearly everything, but still believed the future could be beautiful. Expect less, appreciate more. Fear less, risk more. Because when you stop seeing life as owed to you, everything becomes a gift. Now let me tell you a short story. A story about stories, and how the ones we choose to believe shape the lives we choose to live. Chapter 18. When you will believe anything. Imagine an alien, not a green, bug-eyed creature, but a highly intelligent observer sent to Earth to monitor human progress. His mission, track the economic vitality of our species. He floats above Times Square on New Year's Eve, 2007. Below him, the streets pulse with energy. Flashing billboards, fireworks, news cameras, tens of thousands of cheerful faces counting down to midnight. Everything screams confidence, prosperity, momentum. 2 years later, New Year's Eve, 2009, he returns. The scene looks eerily similar. Same lights, same parties, same excitement. He zooms in. Office buildings are still humming with activity. Trucks move steadily along highways. Universities are still handing out diplomas. Labs still patenting ideas. In fact, he notices some clear improvements. Smartphones now in every hand. Social media transforming communication. Medicine advancing. Solar energy booming. The world looks like it's moving forward. So he concludes, Earth's economy must be stronger now than it was in 2007. Then he looks at the numbers. Suddenly the picture shatters. U.S. households are $16 trillion poorer. 10 million more Americans are unemployed. The stock market has been cut in half. Consumer confidence has collapsed. The alien is confused, bewildered. Nothing's been destroyed, he says. Your cities are intact. Your machines still work. Your knowledge has grown. Your tools are sharper. So why are you panicking? Why do you feel poorer? What changed? The answer is terrifying in its simplicity. The story changed. In 2007, we told ourselves a comforting tale, one where housing prices never fall, where banks are wise, where markets are precise and rational. But in 2009, we stopped believing. And that shift in belief, not technology, not war, not disease, triggered a financial earthquake that wiped out trillions. It brought the economy to its knees. That's how fragile prosperity can be. That's how powerful stories are. Because while factories, highways, and patents measure our capacity, the narratives we believe determine whether we use that capacity or suppress it out of fear. Germany in 1945 lost its economy to bombs. Japan in the 2000s faced an aging population it couldn't stop. But America in 2009? We had everything, except belief. And when belief collapses, reality follows. Here's what that means for you. Fear spreads faster than facts. Excitement builds wealth, but only when it's rooted in confidence. And urgency is essential, because every day someone is writing the story of your financial future. If you don't write it, someone else will. And it may not end in your favor. So remember, the most dangerous economic risk isn't a market crash. It's a broken narrative. And the most powerful investment isn't just money, it's the belief in your own future, even when the world doubts it. The story you choose to believe about your future will either be the engine that drives your success or the anchor that quietly sinks it. Choose your story wisely. The economy may depend on it. Your life certainly does.
Part 1.
1. The seduction of the story you want to believe, a lesson in fear, fiction, and financial danger. What was the happiest day of your life? In the documentary How to Live Forever, that innocent question is posed to a woman over 100 years old. Her answer? Armistice Day, she said, referring to the 1918 ceasefire that ended World War I. Why? The filmmaker asked. Because we knew, she replied, eyes shining, there would be no more wars ever again. 21 years later, the world plunged into another war that killed 75 million people. This is the danger of wanting something to be true so badly that you ignore the reality staring you in the face. We all do this. We call them appealing fictions, stories we tell ourselves because the truth is either too painful, too complex, or too uncertain. And nowhere are these fictions more dangerous than in the world of money. When you're desperate, you'll believe anything. Ali Hajaji's son was dying. The villagers in Yemen told him the cure was to press a burning stick into his child's chest. It sounds insane until you're that parent. Ali told the New York Times, "When you have no money and your son is sick, you'll believe anything." Let that sink in. This isn't just about Yemen or medicine or ancient rituals. It's about you. It's about what you believe when your financial future feels like it's on fire. Because when the stakes are high and your control is low, you don't just try anything. You believe anything. The plague, the stock market, same human brain. In 1722, Daniel Defoe chronicled how Londoners responded to the Great Plague. Almanacs frighted them terribly. Streets were plastered with doctors' bills, advertising infallible pills and sovereign cordials. People were dying. There was no cure. So they clung to any story that promised one, even when it was a lie. Fast forward to today. You're not dying from the plague, but you might be terrified of dying broke. So what do? We watch pundits on TV selling predictions they couldn't back up with data if their lives depended on it. We follow YouTubers with zero credentials. We put our life savings in a meme coin or a stock tip someone swore would make us millionaires. Why? Because it's not just about money. It's about hope. If there's a 1% chance that a prediction could change your life, emotion will beat logic every time. When hope becomes a hazard, if you want to believe a stock will 10x, that it's the next Amazon, it becomes part of your identity. You join a tribe. You ignore the odds, and you stop asking the hard questions, because facing reality might kill your dream. Let's be clear. 85% of active mutual funds underperform their benchmarks over a decade. Yet nearly $5 trillion remains invested in them. Why? Because people believe the next fund manager might be the next Warren Buffett. That belief isn't rooted in data. It's rooted in desire. Or take Bernie Madoff. His returns were impossibly consistent. His operations were shrouded in secrecy. And yet some of the most sophisticated investors in the world handed him billions. Because the story he sold, high returns with low risk, was simply too sweet to question. The greatest illusion in finance. In December 2007, just before the financial crisis, the Federal Reserve predicted modest economic growth for 2008-2009. Worst case scenario, 1.6% growth. Reality, the economy contracted more than 2%. Why didn't they predict that? Because no one wants to be the one to say out loud, "It's going to get bad, really bad." That's the danger of appealing fictions. Even the experts, especially the experts, sometimes need to believe in soft landings, because the alternative is too terrifying. But believing in a lie doesn't make it true. The only real protection, room for error. Want to build true wealth? Want to sleep at night during a bear market? Then stop building your financial life on predictions, even your own. Instead, build it on margin, flexibility, independence, room for error. The more desperate you are for a specific outcome, the more likely you are to believe in a story that promises it, even when it's fiction. And the more room for error you allow yourself, the less likely you are to fall for a lie dressed up as a dream. Final thought. In finance, danger doesn't always look like a crash or a Ponzi scheme. Sometimes it looks like a smiling face on a screen telling you exactly what you want to hear. The more seductive the story, the more vigilant you must be. Because your future depends not on what you believe, but on whether what you believe is real. Don't fall in love with the story. Fall in love with the truth, even when it hurts, especially when it hurts.
Part 2.
the comfort of control and the danger of illusion. Everyone has an incomplete view of the world, and yet we all live as if our vision is complete. That's not a flaw. It's a survival mechanism. My daughter just turned 1. She's fearless, curious, captivated by every flicker of movement and sound. Her eyes light up when I walk into the room, and she cries when I leave for work. Not because she understands anything about jobs or money or responsibility, but because in her beautifully innocent worldview, Dad leaving means Dad isn't playing with me. So I'm sad. That's her story, her truth, and it's enough, for now. She doesn't know what a mortgage is, or a stock portfolio, or the Federal Reserve. But her brain doesn't stop and say, wait, I don't understand this. It fills in the gaps. She builds a complete narrative from incomplete information, because the alternative, admitting you don't understand the world around you, is terrifying. But here's the uncomfortable truth. You and I do the same thing, every day. And like my daughter, we usually don't even realize it. We explain markets as if they follow logic. We tell ourselves we know what the economy is going to do next. We make plans with absolute confidence as if luck, randomness, and unknown variables don't even exist. We crave the illusion of understanding. We need to believe the world makes sense, that it's predictable, controllable, explainable. But reality is far messier. Uncertainty rules more than we like to admit. And that cognitive dissonance, it leads us to create stories, not truth, just stories, that soothe our anxiety and make chaos feel manageable. We are all the aliens circling above Earth, gazing down, thinking we understand what's happening, and being completely wrong. The high cost of false confidence. Let's take finance as an example. Most of us assume that with enough research, discipline, and foresight, we can predict how the markets will behave. But markets aren't physics. They don't follow neat equations or tidy laws. They follow people. And people follow emotion. No model, no algorithm, no Harvard MBA can fully account for fear, greed, or panic. As Daniel Kahneman said, hindsight gives us the illusion that the world is understandable. It tricks us into thinking that if we just study the past hard enough, the future will obey our logic. But it won't. Markets crash not because of data, but because of stories that spread like wildfire. Stories that are often wrong. Predictions fail, bubbles burst, recessions surprise even the most seasoned experts. Yet we keep believing. Why? Because believing is easier than admitting we don't know. Because admitting we're not in control feels like standing on a ledge without a railing. So we grasp onto forecasts, pundits, and headlines, not because they're right, but because they feel reassuring. As psychologist Philip Tetlock put it, we need to believe we live in a predictable, controllable world, so we turn to authoritative-sounding people who promise to satisfy that need. The illusion of mastery versus the reality of uncertainty. Compare NASA and Wall Street. NASA can launch a spacecraft 3 billion miles and miss its target by less than a minute after nearly a decade. That's because astrophysics is a field of precision. Finance is not. It's a field of probability, emotion, and surprise. But we want it to be like NASA. We want Wall Street to predict the future with near-perfect accuracy because that feels safe. We want to believe we can win the game if we just know the rules. But business, investing, and life itself, they're not chess. They're poker. And even the best poker players lose hands. The danger lies not in uncertainty, but in pretending it doesn't exist. What happens when the stories we tell ourselves are wrong? Here's the hard part. The more confident you are in a story that isn't true, the more damage it can cause. You might buy at the top of a bubble because someone else did and you believe their reasons. You might quit your job, launch a startup, and ignore the market shifts happening outside your bubble of awareness, convinced that success depends solely on what you do, even when reality says otherwise. Kahneman laid it out clearly. We overfocus on our plans and ignore others' actions. We overestimate skill and underestimate luck. We focus on what we know and forget what we don't know. Every entrepreneur, investor, and dreamer falls into this trap. And like my daughter, we don't stop to think we might be wrong, because the story feels too good, too neat, too complete. So what's the solution? It's not to stop telling stories. It's to stay humble. To remind ourselves that what we know is always a tiny slice of a much bigger picture. to recognize that confidence without awareness of blind spots is a recipe for disaster. In a world overflowing with noise, information, and false certainty, the most powerful mindset you can adopt is one of curious humility. Don't believe everything you think. Question the stories that feel a little too perfect. And remember that the greatest wisdom isn't in knowing everything, it's in knowing how much you don't. Because the moment you accept how little control you have is the moment you begin to truly take control. And that, quietly, humbly, bravely, is how real power begins. Urgency takeaway. In an uncertain world, clinging to false certainty is not just risky, it's dangerous. The stories we tell ourselves can lead us off cliffs we didn't even know existed. You don't have to predict the future to be wise, but you do have to accept that you can't. Start today. Question your narratives. Seek understanding, not control, because your future depends on what you do after you admit what you don't know. Chapter 19. Congratulations, you're still reading. That alone puts you in rare company. In a world addicted to shortcuts and dopamine hits, you're doing something extraordinary. You're thinking long-term. Now let's bring it all together. A dentist, a tragedy, and a lesson too many ignore. In 1931, Clarence Hughes walked into a dentist's office complaining of pain. He expected relief. Instead, he got something far worse. He was knocked unconscious, and when he woke up, groggy and confused, 16 of his teeth were gone. So were his tonsils. He didn't ask for that. He didn't consent to it. And a week later, Clarence Hughes was dead. His wife sued, not because he died. In 1931, surgery was always a gamble. No, she sued because he was never asked. The courts hesitated. Doctors, they said, need the freedom to make the best decisions for their patients. It was a belief rooted in trust, authority, and tradition. The doctor knows best. But medicine has changed since then. Today, treatment is no longer something done to you. It's something done with you. Why? Because the medical community finally accepted a hard truth. People are different. Pain is subjective. And the right choice isn't always universal. And you know what? The same is true about money. The silent mistake in financial advice. Giving someone blanket financial advice without knowing their values, goals, or fears is like pulling someone's teeth without asking. I don't know what you want your life to feel like. I don't know what keeps you up at night. I don't know if you'd rather have freedom at 40 or luxury at 70. So no, I can't tell you exactly what to do with your money. But just like doctors, financial advisors, and thinkers do know the patterns. We know what tends to work. We know what usually ends in regret. We've studied the autopsies of financial failure, and from that hard-earned knowledge, we can offer something powerful. Not prescriptions, but principles. So here are a few ideas worth carrying with you. Not rules, not commandments, but tested truths that can guide your financial life like a compass through a fog. Just 1. Respect the power of time. Every dollar you save today is a soldier working for your future. The earlier you deploy them, the larger your army becomes. Delay is expensive. Start small, but start now. Urgency, you don't have to wait to be rich to start acting wisely. You just have to begin. 2. Define what enough looks like. The world will always try to convince you that happiness is one upgrade away. Bigger home, newer car, better lifestyle. But the pursuit of more is a treadmill that never stops. If you don't define your own finish line, the world will do it for you, and it won't be kind. Fear. Without knowing you're enough, you risk working a job you hate for a lifestyle you don't even want. 3. Build a margin of safety everywhere. Things will go wrong. Jobs vanish. Markets crash. Emergencies hit when you least expect. Build your finances not for the sunny days, but for the storms. An emergency fund isn't a luxury, it's armor. Excitement. When you have cash reserves, you stop living in fear and start making decisions from strength. 4. Be a long-term optimist, short-term realist. History rewards patience, but patience gets tested, hard. The stock market, your career, even your relationships will go through brutal winters. Expect it. And when it happens, don't flinch. Urgency. How you behave in chaos will matter more than what you did in calm. 5. Avoid extremes, in money and in life. The people who go all in on any financial trend, crypto, real estate, day trading, frugality, often end up burned. Balance is boring, yes, but it's also resilient. Fear. Extremes make headlines, but they rarely make legacies. 6. Wealth is what you don't see. No one brags about their emergency fund. No one sees your maxed out 401k. But real wealth is silent. It's the car you didn't buy, the vacation you delayed, the lifestyle you chose not to upgrade. It's freedom. And freedom doesn't post on Instagram. Excitement. Every time you choose financial discipline, you buy a little more control over your future. Let's end with this. The best financial strategy is the one that lets you sleep at night and wake up excited for tomorrow. It's personal, it's emotional, and it's yours. I can't make the choices for you, but I can leave you with this. The most dangerous financial move is not losing money, it's living a life dictated by someone else's definition of success. Clarence Hughes died because a decision was made for him. Don't let the same thing happen to your financial life. Be informed, be intentional, be the one holding the pen to your own story. Because it's not just about money, it's about the life you get to live because of it.
Part 1.
Let me tell you a story. It's about a man named Daniel. Daniel grew up in a modest neighborhood outside of Chicago. His parents worked hard, loved harder, and never made more than $50,000 a year between them. But they never missed a meal. Not once. That was their wealth. Daniel, like most of us, got caught up in the illusion of more. More money, more status, more stuff. His first big paycheck from a tech job didn't go into savings. It went into a lease for a BMW he couldn't afford, a watch he didn't need, and dinners he couldn't remember. On the outside, he was winning. Inside, he was drowning. In debt, anxiety, and a quiet fear, he'd built his identity on sand. Then one night, lying awake in a beautiful apartment he couldn't sleep in, he realized something. He'd been playing someone else's game. We live in a world obsessed with appearance, a culture that confuses net worth with self-worth, where the loudest voice in the room gets the attention, and the biggest spender gets the respect. But here's the truth that very few will tell you. The real flex isn't how much you spend, it's how little you need. Humility when you're winning will save you from pride. Compassion when you're losing will save you from shame. Because no one's as brilliant as their best day suggests, or as broken as their worst. Luck and risk are invisible threads in every story. You don't control them, but you can control your response to them. And that's where the real power lies. Want to know a secret most millionaires won't say out loud? Wealth is invisible. It's not the car, it's not the shoes, it's not the first-class tickets or the penthouse suite. Those are signs of spending, not saving. Wealth is peace of mind. Wealth is options. Wealth is sleeping well at night because your money isn't driving your decisions. You are. The biggest difference between those who build real wealth and those who don't? Ego. Specifically, the ability to control it. The gap between your ego and your income is where savings are born. And savings, they are the oxygen of freedom. Let's be honest, life is uncertain. It will hit you in the face when you least expect it. Emergencies don't RSVP, layoffs don't send calendar invites. That's why saving, without a specific reason, is one of the smartest things you can do. It's a quiet armor against chaos. A soft landing when the world pulls the rug out from under you. You save not just for the known, but for the unknowable. And while we're talking about fear, here's one to consider. Are you gambling with your future just to feel rich today? Because here's the thing. Flashy now usually means fragile later. The rich feel temporary thrill. The wealthy feel lasting calm. That calm comes from understanding this. Your financial life is not a test you pass with a single right answer. It's a journey filled with doubt, risk, setbacks, and surprises. So when things go wrong, and they will, don't panic. Expect it. Know this. You can be wrong half the time and still end up wildly successful. Because in finance and in life, a small number of decisions drive most of your results. A few right moves can outweigh a dozen mistakes. That's why you need to worship room for error. That cushion, it's not wasted money. It's what keeps you in the game long enough to win. One more thing. Don't chase someone else's version of success. You might spend decades climbing a ladder only to find it leaned against the wrong wall. Define the game you're playing. Be brutally honest about what you want, not what Instagram tells you to want. Some play to retire early. Some play to build legacy. Some play to feel secure. Just make sure your moves make sense for your game. So what works for me? It's simple. I manage my money in a way that helps me sleep at night, not impress people I'll never meet. I invest in time, not just returns, because the longer I stay in the game, the more the odds tip in my favor. I save when I can, not just when I have to. I say no to flashy things so I can say yes to freedom. I try to be humble when I win, compassionate when I fail, and always, always aware that most of life's outcomes are shaped by factors I'll never fully control. But the way I respond? That's mine, and it can be yours too. Because real wealth isn't what you show, it's what you carry, in your savings account, in your choices, in your peace, and most of all, in your ability to say, I already have enough. Now the question is, what will you do differently starting today? Chapter 20. Confessions. Sophisticated, inspirational, engaging, and authoritative for a U.S. audience aged 18 to 50, driven by fear, excitement, and urgency. Imagine sitting across the table from a billionaire investor. Not just any investor, but someone like Sandy Gottsman, founder of First Manhattan, a man whose silence speaks more than words, whose eyes scan not for clever answers, but for quiet conviction. He leans forward, looks you straight in the eye, and asks one deceptively simple question. What do you own and why? Not, what stock do you think is undervalued? Not, where is the economy headed next year? Just, what are you doing with your money and why? That question is a mirror. It cuts through noise. It separates theory from action. Because what people say they believe often isn't what they live. Half of all U.S. mutual fund managers, people paid to manage your money, don't invest a single cent of their own wealth into the very funds they manage. Not a dime. That's not a small oversight. It's a flashing red siren of misalignment. If they don't trust the ship they're steering, why should you be on board? But this disconnect between words and actions isn't limited to finance. Dr. Ken Murray, a respected physician and USC professor, revealed a chilling truth in his essay, How Doctors Die. It turns out doctors, those who know medicine best, often choose vastly different end-of-life care for themselves than what they recommend to their patients. They refuse the aggressive treatments. They decline the heroic measures. Instead, they accept. They make peace. Because they understand the process. And they know that when it's their own life on the line, quality of time often matters more than quantity. That's not hypocrisy. That's human. It's the quiet admission that data doesn't feel. That when life or money gets personal, decisions stop being rational and start being real. You see, most people don't make financial decisions with spreadsheets. They make them at the dinner table. Not with calculators, but with heartbeats. Not to optimize returns, but to protect dreams, to avoid disappointment, to preserve trust, to sleep at night. There's no universal truth in personal finance. No master plan that works for everyone. There's only what matters to you. Your goals, your fears, your responsibilities, the things you would sacrifice returns for, without a second thought. So here's your moment of truth. If someone followed your money, not your advice, what would they learn about you? Would they see confidence or contradiction? Would they see someone who talks a big game or someone who walks their values? That question should haunt you, in the best way, because it calls out the only voice that matters in your financial journey. Your own. The world is full of talking heads, predictions, gurus, and models. But when the market crashes, when your job feels shaky, when your child looks to you for stability, only one plan matters, the one you believe in. The one built not on theory, but on trust. In yourself, in your priorities, in your ability to stay calm when everything screams panic. So here's my confession. I don't chase the highest returns. I don't try to outsmart the market. I invest in a way that lets me sleep deeply, love boldly, and show up for the people who need. That's what works for me. What works for you? The clock is ticking. The market won't wait. And your future self is already watching, asking one simple question. What do you own and why? Choose wisely. Choose authentically. And above all, choose something that lets you live without regret.
Part 1.
How my family thinks about savings. Charlie Munger once said, "I did not intend to get rich. I just wanted to get independent." That line hit me like lightning. Because deep down, I've never craved wealth for its own sake. I've craved freedom. Forget the jets, the yachts, the illusion of success on Instagram. True financial success, the kind that lets you breathe, isn't about showing off. It's about waking up every morning and saying, I can do what I want today, and I don't owe that freedom to anyone but myself. That's the bar my family lives by. Not rich. Independent. The legacy that changed everything. My parents taught me this without ever saying a word. My dad became a doctor at 40, with 3 kids and an avalanche of responsibilities already on his back. He spent years working brutal ER night shifts, flipping his body clock like a pancake, all to create space for a better life. But here's what left the mark on me. After 2 decades, he just stopped, walked away. No drama, no desperate scrabble to replace the income, just quiet confidence. Independence earned, not inherited. I remember thinking, that's real wealth, not the paycheck. The power to walk away when the work no longer serves you. That moment became my financial North Star. Why we live below our means, even as our income rose. My wife and I started our lives with modest jobs in a modest apartment with hand-me-down furniture and a cheap car that squeaked in the rain. But it was enough. And over the years, despite promotions, raises, and glowing LinkedIn titles, our lifestyle hasn't changed all that much. We still live in that moderate zone. Comfortable, but not flashy. Simple, but not sacrificial. And that's not an accident. Every extra dollar we've earned has been funneled into one thing: our independence fund. That decision has had a compounding effect not just on our finances, but on our peace of mind. We're not trying to impress anyone. We're trying to outlast uncertainty. We stopped moving the goalpost, and that changed everything. If there's one decision I'm proud of, it's this. We got the goalpost to stop moving. Most people chase a lifestyle that outruns their income, always dreaming of the next big upgrade. More house, more car, more everything. But chasing more is a game you can't win. Someone will always have more. And the moment you let lifestyle inflate with income, you hand over your independence for a fleeting sense of status. We chose a different path. We anchored our lifestyle early. And that decision created breathing room, not just financially, but emotionally. Why we made the worst financial decision of our lives. We own our home outright. No mortgage, no debt. It's arguably the dumbest financial move we ever made, and the best money decision of our lives. Why? Because it gave us the one thing that no spreadsheet can quantify: emotional independence. No payments, no risk of foreclosure, no calls from the bank. We sleep better, we breathe easier, and we're not interested in maximizing returns at the cost of our sanity. This isn't about being right on paper. It's about being free in real life. We keep 20% in cash. Why? Because life happens. Financial advisors would raise their eyebrows at this one. But again, we're not optimizing for best practices. We're optimizing for resilience. We keep a hefty chunk in cash because we know the truth most people learn too late. Life doesn't wait until you're ready to hit you with a massive expense. A medical emergency, a job loss, a family crisis. We've seen them all up close. And cash is what keeps those events from turning into financial earthquakes. We're not saving for a boat. We're saving for a world where curveballs are the rule, not the exception. And here's the kicker. By avoiding the need to sell investments during tough times, we let our compounding machine run uninterrupted. As Munger said, the first rule of compounding is to never interrupt it unnecessarily. In a world addicted to more, choose less on purpose. None of this is glamorous. It's not the kind of story you'll hear on a podcast about 10x returns, or read in a TikTok thread promising overnight riches. But it works. It works because we know exactly what we're aiming for. Independence, not indulgence. Peace, not prestige. Security, not status. And if you're reading this, wondering what your own savings are really buying you, ask yourself, if I stopped working tomorrow, could I breathe? Because real wealth isn't loud, it's quiet. It's the ability to walk away, to say no, to put your family first, not just in theory, but in practice. And you don't need millions to get there. You just need to want freedom more than you want more stuff. Final thought. We live in a world where the loudest people often seem the richest, but it's usually the quiet ones, living well below their means, who hold the real power. Independence is the grandmother of all financial goals, and you don't find it by accident. You build it, you guard it, and you never ever trade it for temporary applause. Choose peace. Choose freedom. Choose independence. Before life chooses for you.
Part 2.
How my family thinks about investing. A story of simplicity, discipline, and freedom. I started out believing I could beat the market. In my 20s, I was the classic stock picker, chasing undervalued gems, reading earnings reports like bedtime stories, and trying to outsmart the millions of other people doing the same thing. I held a carefully curated portfolio of about 25 individual stocks. Names like Berkshire Hathaway and Procter & Gamble sat beside obscure deep value plays I was convinced would be the next big thing. Did I succeed? Honestly, I'm not sure. Like most ambitious young investors, I didn't track my results well enough to say. What I do know is this. My investment philosophy has changed, not because I gave up, but because I woke up. Today, every dollar we invest goes into low-cost index funds. No flashy trades, no chasing headlines, just boring, relentless consistency. Why? Because I've learned something most people don't want to admit. Outperforming the market is brutally hard. Not impossible, but rare, elusive, and exhausting. If it were easy, everyone would do it. But markets aren't generous. They're brutally efficient, and they punish overconfidence. Let me be clear. I don't look down on active investing. Some people have the talent, the temperament, and the time to do it well. I admire those people. But I also recognize that for most of us, the greatest investing edge isn't brilliance. It's behavior. We're playing a different game. For my family, investing isn't about ego. It's not about beating the market or bragging rights. It's about freedom. About putting our money to work so we can spend more time together, sleep well at night, and live life on our terms. We don't follow trends. We don't obsess over market forecasts. Instead, we do 3 things. We invest every month into a mix of U.S. and international index funds. We max out retirement and education accounts. We live simply, so we don't have to chase risky returns to meet our goals. That's it. No secrets, no shortcuts. The power of enough. I believe in something most investors overlook, the power of enough. We don't need to be the smartest investors. We just need to avoid being the dumbest. We don't chase 20% returns. We chase consistency and clarity. Because here's the hard truth. You can't control markets, but you can control your behavior. You can choose to save more than you spend. You can choose to invest regularly. And you can choose to believe in the future, even when the headlines scream otherwise. Most people overestimate the role of skill and underestimate the role of humility in building wealth. They think effort equals results. But in investing, simplicity often wins because it keeps you in the game. Our philosophy. We've built our entire investment strategy around 3 principles. 1, a high savings rate, the single most powerful financial tool we have. 2, unshakable patience, staying the course even when the market tests us. 3, long-term optimism, trusting that the global economy will reward discipline. We don't need to predict the next recession. We don't need to know which sector will outperform next year. Because if we keep showing up, month after month, year after year, the odds stack in our favor. And in the end, this isn't just about money. It's about peace. About knowing we're building a life of independence, not indulgence. A life where we get to say no to things that don't align with our values, and yes to things that truly matter. You don't have to play the same game. What works for us may not work for you. And that's okay. Personal finance is exactly that. Personal. But if you're stuck, overwhelmed, or uncertain, here's something worth remembering. You don't need to be a genius to build wealth. You just need a plan that works and the discipline to stick with it. For us, that plan is index investing. For you, it might be different. But whatever you choose, make sure it gives you what we all truly want. Not riches, but resilience. Not prestige, but peace of mind. Not just returns, but the freedom to live life on your terms. That's how my family thinks about investing. Simple, steady, sleep well at night investing. And in a world that constantly pulls us toward more, faster, now. That simplicity is our greatest financial superpower. Chapter 21. A brief history of why the U.S. consumer thinks the way they do. Written for a generation trying to make sense of their money, their choices, and the system they inherited. To understand where the American consumer is heading, you first have to understand where they've been, where we have been. The story of the modern U.S. consumer is not just an economic journey. It's a psychological evolution. It's a story written in fear, hope, boom, bust, and rebirth. And if you fell asleep in 1945 and woke up in 2020, you would be stunned. You'd look around and see cities dripping in wealth, New York, San Francisco, and others, like Detroit, buckling under the weight of collapse. You'd gasp at home prices and college tuition, at $6 lattes and six-figure student debt. You'd marvel at how we treat credit as freedom and spending as identity. You'd wonder, how did we get here? Most people would get the story wrong, because what happened wasn't obvious. It wasn't linear. It was chaos stitched into a strange kind of order. This isn't a timeline. It's a living, breathing chain reaction that shaped how Americans think about money today. It began in August 1945. The war ends, the uncertainty begins. When Japan surrendered, the New York Times called it the happiest day in American history. But history doesn't pause for celebration. It moves fast, and often with teeth. In the blink of an eye, 16 million Americans, many just 23 years old, were done fighting. 8 million overseas would return home within 18 months. They were done with war, but nowhere near ready for peace. And so the questions began. Where would they work? Where would they live? What kind of life could they build? And beneath those questions was a deep, paralyzing fear. Would the U.S. slide back into the Great Depression? It was a valid concern, because three massive problems were waiting at the door. 1. A housing crisis. Home construction had frozen during the war. In 1943, fewer than 12,000 homes were built each month across the entire country. That's less than one home per American city. Millions of returning soldiers were ready to start families, but there were simply no homes to put them in. 2. A job crisis. The economy had been geared for war, ships, tanks, planes. Now, that demand was gone. The industrial machine was sputtering, unsure of what to produce and whom to hire. 3. A demographic explosion. The marriage rate soared. Young men didn't want to live in their parents' basements. They wanted careers, homes, and families now. But where were the opportunities? And remember, this wasn't ancient history. The Great Depression had ended just 5 years earlier. The trauma was still raw. Scarcity still haunted every paycheck. Savings still felt like survival. So when economists warned Truman in 1946 that another depression could arrive within 4 years, it wasn't political. It was existential. Exports? Europe and Japan were in ruins. Stimulus? America was already drowning in war debt. The risk was real. The spiral seemed inevitable. So we did something about it. And that something changed everything. What followed was a masterclass in boldness, innovation, and belief. Government, business, and culture aligned to build an entirely new version of the American dream. We built homes, millions of them. Suburbs exploded into existence. Levittown became a blueprint for affordable, mass-produced housing. We made education accessible. The GI Bill gave returning soldiers a path to college. Suddenly, a middle-class life was tied to a degree, and the seeds of our current student debt crisis were quietly planted. We built infrastructure, expanded industries, and injected confidence into the economy. Confidence is underrated. It's what turns spending into investing, what turns fear into faith. We created a consumer economy, an economy built on desire, not just need, on credit, not just cash, on ownership, not just survival. And it worked. The U.S. avoided another depression. In fact, we launched into one of the most explosive economic growth periods in human history. Incomes rose, home ownership soared, retirement accounts were born. The idea of the good life became the normal life. But there was a cost, a psychological one. The mind of the American consumer was rewritten. Suddenly, we weren't just surviving, we were consuming. We learned that spending could feel like progress, that debt could feel like opportunity, that stuff could feel like success. These weren't reckless decisions. They were inherited assumptions, passed down through generations who had earned the right to live better. But history is cyclical, and what feels like freedom in one era can feel like a trap in another. The modern consumer lives with that inheritance. Today, Americans are more financially anxious than ever before. But that anxiety didn't come from nowhere. It came from decades of boom and bust cycles, easy credit followed by crushing debt, soaring costs in housing, healthcare, and education, costs rooted in 1945 optimism but burdened by 2025 realities, a system designed to reward spending and punish restraint. You can't understand how people spend money today until you realize they were raised in a culture where consumption was patriotic and frugality was a relic, where your self-worth became increasingly tied to your net worth, and where fear of falling behind drives many of our financial decisions. Where do we go from here? If the last 80 years were defined by consumption, the next 20 might be defined by correction. A rebalancing, a reckoning, maybe even a revolution. And that's why this history matters. Because the more clearly we see how we got here, the more clearly we can choose where to go next. The modern consumer is waking up to the illusion of infinite growth, to the weight of inherited expectations, to the possibility of a different kind of success, one rooted not in what you own, but in what you understand. And that shift, it's already underway. So ask yourself, what kind of consumer are you becoming? Because the story of American money isn't finished. It's still being written by people just like you.
Part 1.
Low interest rates and the intentional birth of the American consumer. It wasn't just victory that shaped post-war America, it was what we chose to do with that victory. When World War II ended, the United States stood atop the world, militarily dominant, economically unrivaled, and culturally ascendant. But beneath that confident exterior was a fragile truth. The American economy, freshly unshackled from wartime industry, needed a new engine. The war was over, but peace came with a price. Millions of soldiers returned home to find a country with too few homes, too few cars, and too few jobs. The threat wasn't just inflation. It was stagnation. The kind that could have shattered the dreams of a generation and dragged America into a post-war recession. So the U.S. government made a historic and radical decision. Keep interest rates artificially low, not just for a year, not just until inflation cooled. For 7 years straight, rates barely moved. 3-month Treasury yields sat below 2% until the mid-1950s. It was monetary life support, and it worked. Originally, this move was designed to make it cheaper to finance a war that cost, in today's dollars, over $6 trillion. But it had an unexpected side effect, one that would rewrite the American identity. It made borrowing irresistible. Suddenly, the American dream wasn't just about liberty and opportunity. It was about ownership. Owning a car, owning a house, owning a television, a washing machine, a lifestyle. And the government didn't just allow this shift, they engineered it. The GI Bill handed returning soldiers something more valuable than a parade: access to nearly free mortgages. No down payment, no interest in the first year. Monthly payments lower than rent. And it wasn't just homes. With Depression-era credit restrictions loosened, a new American invention was born: the consumer credit economy. The first credit card debuted in 1950. Store credit, installment plans, personal loans, payday advances, all exploded. And every penny of interest, tax-deductible. It was a seismic change. The thrift and sacrifice of the war years gave way to something new. Spend, because it's your patriotic duty. Historian Sheldon Garin put it simply. After 1945, America diverged from patterns of savings promotion. Politicians, businessmen, and labor leaders all encouraged Americans to spend to foster economic growth. Fear of another depression turned into the excitement of a booming middle class. Policymakers didn't just tolerate consumerism, they manufactured it. The American consumer wasn't born by accident. It was intentionally created, molded through policy, nurtured by low interest rates, and rewarded through mass consumption. The results were staggering. In the 1950s, household debt grew 1.5 times faster than it did even during the credit craze of the 2000s. That's not an economic footnote, it's a revolution. And here's the urgency. This shift still defines us. Every swipe of a credit card, every low-down payment mortgage, every buy now, pay later transaction is rooted in this post-war transformation. We are living in the world they built, one where economic growth depends not just on productivity, but on perpetual spending. It's a story of ingenuity, of risk, of a bold gamble that worked until it didn't. Because here's the haunting question. What happens when the tools we created to build prosperity become the chains that trap us in endless debt? Understanding that is the first step to rewriting our future.
Part 2.
The hidden forces that ignited America's greatest boom. The 1930s were brutal. Soup lines, dust bowls, despair. It was a decade etched in our collective memory as the harshest economic period in American history. But beneath that struggle, beneath the hunger and unemployment, something extraordinary was happening. Something that no one noticed. America was quietly getting stronger. Out of sheer necessity, the Great Depression forced Americans to innovate, to do more with less. It bred resilience, resourcefulness, and a revolution in productivity that few understood at the time. Factories were redesigned, assembly lines were optimized. We built more, wasted less, and learned how to make the impossible possible. But no one celebrated this hidden boom. Not in the 30s, when survival came first. Not in the 40s, when the world was at war and our factories were building tanks instead of toasters. Then the war ended. And America exploded. We emerged from World War II with factories built to scale, a workforce trained for precision, and a generation of young soldiers eager to build a life worth fighting for. There had been years, nearly 2 decades of wants unmet, dreams delayed, and purchases postponed. Cars, homes, appliances, furniture, basic things, really. But for many families, they were unreachable luxuries during the Depression and unobtainable during wartime. Then came the flood. Millions of returning GIs had one thing in common. They were ready to live. They were ready to marry, settle down, raise children, and spend money. And the economy gave them permission. Consumer credit was suddenly easy to get. Mortgage terms were generous. Factories that once built bombers now produced Buicks. Jobs were abundant. Confidence soared. The American dream wasn't just alive, it was being mass-produced. The numbers are staggering. Car production went from 0 to 21 million in just 4 years. Home building surged. Just 2 million homes built during the war, followed by 15 million in the next decade. Consumer spending soared 40% over pre-war levels by 1950. This was more than just a boom. It was a reinvention of American life. Refrigerators became commonplace, so did washing machines, freezers, air conditioners, televisions. The suburbs sprawled outward, powered by optimism and cheap fuel. America didn't just want stuff. We had learned how to make stuff, finance stuff, and sell stuff to the world. What started as a Great Depression turned into a great transformation. Here's the truth you can't ignore. Progress hides in the dark. It hides behind fear. It grows quietly during chaos, and then one day it bursts into the light. So the next time the world feels like it's breaking, remember this. It might actually be building. When everything seems like it's falling apart, the foundations of the future might be quietly falling into place. This moment, your moment, may be more important than you think. Because in times of great uncertainty, history doesn't just repeat itself. It reinvents the world.
Part 3.
When America rose together, and why that feels so unfamiliar today. There was a time in America, not too long ago, when progress didn't just mean growth for the few, but advancement for the many. A time when the rising tide truly did lift all boats. The post-World War II economy, particularly through the 1950s, wasn't just booming, it was transformational. And here's the part that will jolt you. The gains weren't hoarded at the top. They were shared more equally than at any other time in modern U.S. history. Between 1940 and 1963, average wages didn't just grow. They doubled, and then doubled again. Let that sink in. Not just more jobs, not just more spending, but real, tangible wealth creation for the everyday American. the factory worker, the school teacher, the young black woman finally given a seat at the table. This wasn't theoretical equality. It was felt in paychecks, in homes, and in opportunity. We often romanticize the American dream, but from the late 1940s through the early 1980s, we lived it. The enormous lead of the well-to-do in the economic race has been considerably reduced, wrote Lewis Allen in 1955. The statistics are breathtaking. The bottom 20% of wage earners saw their incomes rise at nearly the same rate as the top 5%. The share of national income held by the wealthiest 1% fell nearly in half, from 13% in 1929 to 7% by 1945. More women entered the workforce than ever before. More minorities found real footholds in society. Cultural access, from television to automobiles, leveled the playing field. It wasn't just wages that equalized, it was lifestyles. In 1957, Harper's Magazine observed something profound. Despite income differences, rich and poor Americans used the same razors, watched the same shows, drove similar cars. In a world before gated digital bubbles and curated social feeds, this meant something powerful. We saw each other as equals, or at least as neighbors. It's easy to forget how radical that was, and even easier to ignore how far we've drifted from it. Now, let me ask you this. What happens to a society when people no longer feel seen by the system? When your neighbor's life is not just slightly better than yours, but astronomically out of reach? When the rich escape into private jets and the rest are stuck in credit card debt just to feel included? That's the fear we live with today. And it's why this story matters. Because we've done this before. We have built a society where prosperity was widely shared, where people rose together, and where the American dream wasn't just a slogan, it was a shared experience. But the clock is ticking. Inequality today is growing at alarming speeds, and the idea that we're in this together feels increasingly fragile. If we don't remember how equality was once built, we may never get back to it. This isn't nostalgia, it's a wake-up call. Because history proves something crucial. Fairness isn't a fantasy, it's a choice, and the time to choose again is now.
Part 4.
The rise of American debt and the birth of unshakable optimism. Between 1947 and 1957, something extraordinary happened in America. Household debt didn't just rise, it exploded, increasing fivefold in just a decade. And yet, remarkably, this wasn't a crisis. It wasn't a burden. It was a launch pad. Why? Because incomes were rising just as fast, if not faster. Families weren't drowning in debt. They were surfing it, powered by a wave of prosperity unlike anything the country had seen before. This was a generation that had just emerged from 2 decades of fear. First the Great Depression, then a world war. They knew what scarcity felt like. They had tasted survival. And now for the first time they were tasting abundance. Debt didn't feel dangerous. It felt empowering. Thanks to government-backed programs, low interest rates, and a booming economy, borrowing became not just possible, it became normal. And with that, the American dream got a turbo boost. Homes were being bought, cars were hitting the streets, refrigerators were humming in kitchens that had never seen one before. Homeownership, which had stubbornly hovered around 47% since 1900, suddenly surged. By 1970, it hit 62%. For the first time in history, millions of families, ordinary, working-class families, owned a piece of America. And they didn't just own it on paper. They felt it. They believed in it. This was more than economics, it was psychology. It was hope, pride, and a deep belief that the future was finally here, and that it belonged to them. As David Halberstam put it, they did not fear debt as their parents had. It was as if the very accomplishment of owning a home reflected such an immense breakthrough that nothing was too good to buy for it. This was a defining cultural shift, a moment when the average American no longer saw debt as a trap, but as a tool, not something to avoid, but something to harness. And the reason it worked? Because incomes kept pace. Household debt was growing, yes, but it was starting from almost nothing. The Depression and World War II had wiped the slate clean. There was room to grow, and the growth was, at least for a time, healthy. Let's pause here and stitch this together because this moment is more than just a blip in economic history. America was booming. It was booming together. It was booming with debt, but not debt that crushed people, debt that lifted them. This wasn't just a new economic model. It was a new mindset. And it's one that still echoes today, sometimes with opportunity, sometimes with risk. So here's the urgent takeaway. Debt is never just about money, it's about belief. The belief in your future. The belief that tomorrow will be better than today, and the willingness to bet on it. That belief built post-war America. But as you look around at our world today, where household debt to income now exceeds 100 cents, ask yourself, are we still betting on a brighter future? Or are we gambling to keep up with a dream that's changed? That's the question our generation must answer. Because history shows us this. Debt isn't the danger. Losing sight of why we borrow, that's what should keep us up at night.
Part 5.
When the American dream began to crack, 1973 wasn't just a year, it was a turning point. A quiet fracture appeared in the smooth surface of America's post-war prosperity, and underneath was a world that no longer played by the old rules. The economy, once roaring with confidence, began to stagger. That year, unemployment hit levels not seen since the Great Depression. Inflation, once a fleeting ghost after wartime spikes, dug in its heels and stayed. Short-term interest rates? They surged to 8%, more than tripling in a single decade. For everyday Americans, it felt like a financial vice slowly tightening around their lives. But the numbers alone don't capture the fear. This was an era haunted by assassinations, racial unrest, political scandals, and the long, bloody shadow of Vietnam. The national psyche was bruised. The trust that once held the country together, economically, socially, and politically, began to erode. And then, the rest of the world showed up. For 2 decades after World War II, America dominated because much of the industrial world lay in rubble. We weren't just leading the global economy, we were the global economy. But by the 1970s, Japan was rising, China was stirring, and oil-rich nations in the Middle East began flexing their geopolitical muscles. The unchallenged reign of American manufacturing and might was over. At the same time, a new generation was coming of age. The baby boomers didn't grow up with breadlines or battlefronts. They inherited prosperity, but not the pain that forged the resilience of the greatest generation. And when the tailwinds of easy growth died down, the boomers were left navigating a world of shifting sands, still clinging to the old maps. Here's the emotional crack. For most of the post-war period, there was a quiet understanding in America, a belief that even if you weren't wealthy, you could live a life that felt close to it. If you earned an average income, you might live in a modest home instead of a mansion, but your life wasn't unrecognizably different from someone who made more. There was dignity in the middle, solidarity in simplicity. That belief began to unravel in the 1970s. And here's the danger. Expectations don't reset as fast as reality does. The economy kept growing, but unevenly. The ladder of success got steeper. Yet people still expected the lifestyle their parents had, or the one their neighbors flaunted. That tension, the gap between expectation and reality, fueled resentment, anxiety, and confusion. It planted the seeds of frustration we still harvest today. If you feel like the game is rigged now, if you wonder why it seems so much harder to get ahead than it was for your parents, it's because the game did change. Slowly, then all at once. And unless we recognize when the shift happened and why, it's easy to mistake a new normal for a personal failure. This isn't just history. This is the origin story of today's American discontent. It's a reminder that economic facts are just numbers until they collide with human expectations. That's when they shape destinies. And that's why understanding this moment in history isn't optional. It's urgent.
Part 6.
The boom returns, but it's not the same America anymore. The sun was rising again over America. Ronald Reagan's iconic 1984 campaign ad proclaimed, "It's morning again in America." It wasn't just political theater. It was a symbol of something very real. A sense that after a storm of inflation, unemployment, and national doubt, the country was back on its feet. More Americans were working than ever before. Interest rates, once suffocating, were falling. Young couples were getting married, buying homes, and looking toward the future with something long missing: hope. Behind the scenes, a powerful economic engine had restarted. From 1982 to 1990, the S&P 500 surged nearly fourfold. GDP roared back to life, matching the explosive growth of the 1950s. And by 1989, 6 million more Americans were employed compared to just 7 years earlier. By the year 2000, President Bill Clinton would stand before Congress and declare a new era. We begin the new century with over 20 million new jobs, the lowest unemployment rates in 30 years, and next month America will achieve the longest period of economic growth in our entire history. We have built a new economy. But here's the catch. He was right. It was a new economy. But new didn't mean fair. The growth of this era wasn't like the post-war years, where prosperity flowed through every layer of society. It was lopsided. Quietly, and without most Americans realizing it at first, the spoils of progress were being concentrated at the top. Between 1993 and 2012, the top 1% saw their incomes surge by 86.1%, while the rest of the population, 99% of Americans, barely eked out a 6.6% gain. Economist Joseph Stiglitz warned that for working-class men with only a high school diploma, the story was even grimmer. A 12% income drop over the last quarter century. This wasn't just economic change. This was a cultural fracture. Because Americans, especially the middle class, were still clinging to two deeply ingrained beliefs. One, that they should live a lifestyle similar to their peers. Two, that it's okay to take on debt to do it. But what happens when the lifestyle gets more expensive, and the income to support it stays flat, or even shrinks? What happens when the neighbors upgrade their cars, remodel their kitchens, and post their vacations online, and you're still living paycheck to paycheck? You borrow, you stretch, you chase an image of success that feels just out of reach. Because it is. And that's where the danger lies. Not in the numbers, but in the gap between expectation and reality. This moment in history should give us pause, not just to admire the bounce back, but to examine the cost of the comeback. Because this new economy didn't just change markets, it changed minds. It reshaped what Americans thought was possible, what they believed they deserved, and what they were willing to risk to get it. It's easy to cheer for a booming market. But here's the truth that should make you think twice. A rising tide only lifts all boats. If everyone owns a boat. The 1980s and 1990s taught us a powerful lesson. Economic growth alone doesn't guarantee widespread prosperity. And when people are promised a version of the American dream that no longer matches reality, something has to give. Sometimes it's the economy, sometimes it's trust, and sometimes it's your future. So the question isn't whether we can grow again, it's who benefits when we do. And more urgently, will we see it coming the next time the boom returns, disguised as opportunity, but hiding imbalance underneath? Because history doesn't just repeat. Sometimes it rhymes with a warning.
Part 7.
The big stretch, when aspiration became a trap. There was a time in America not long ago when most people lived in step with each other. A time when the CEO and the clerk might live on the same street, shop at the same store, and send their kids to the same public school. It wasn't perfect, but it was balanced, fair, aspirational in a grounded way. Then came the big stretch. As incomes began rising, but only for a select few, those few began to separate themselves. Bigger homes, nicer cars, exotic vacations, private schools with ivy-covered walls and six-figure price tags. And the rest of America? They watched. They watched on cable in the 80s, in glossy magazines in the 90s, and in curated Instagram perfection every day since. But watching turned into wanting, and wanting turned into stretching. Joe, the investment banker making nearly $1 million a year, buys the 4,000-square-foot home with a pool, the 2 luxury cars, and sends his kids to Pepperdine. He can afford it. His lifestyle is extravagant, but it's backed by cash flow. Then there's Peter, a bank manager making $80,000 a year. He sees Joe's life, and deep down he believes he deserves it too. Why? Because Peter's parents taught him, rightfully in their time, that in America, people may have different jobs, but they live somewhat similar lives. It was once true. But the world changed. Peter's expectations didn't. So he reaches, he stretches, a massive mortgage, Maxed out credit cards, leased vehicles, student loans he'll never escape. He's living Joe's lifestyle, on borrowed time and borrowed money. This didn't happen overnight. It crept in, silently, culturally, systemically. In the 1930s, this level of household debt would have been absurd. But for the last 75 years, America has normalized it, marketed it even. Buy now, pay later became a way of life. Even when wages stagnated, the size of new homes exploded, growing 50% larger. The average house now has more bathrooms than people. In 1983, just 18% of homes had 4 or more bedrooms. Today, nearly half do. Car loans, adjusted for inflation, more than doubled from 1975 to 2003. The cost of college? It's skyrocketed. And with it, the weight of student debt crushed generation after generation. From 1963 to 1973, household debt-to-income ratios held steady. But then came the climb. By 2007, it more than doubled, from 60% to over 130%. Even as interest rates dropped, debt burdens rose, especially for the people who could afford it the least. While the wealthiest households used low rates to grow investments, the bottom 50% of Americans were using that same cheap debt to stay afloat. Today, they spend over 21% of their income just servicing debt. The top income groups? Just 8%. That's not just inequality, it's instability. Economist Hyman Minsky once warned about the quiet beginnings of financial collapse. He said it starts when people take on more debt than they can handle. At first, everything looks fine, until the bills come due, until the illusion breaks, until the fall begins. That's exactly what happened in 2008. But here's the hard truth. The cycle is repeating. The signs are flashing again. Household debt is rising. Aspirations remain sky high, but incomes for most are not. So ask yourself this: are you stretching too far? Are you chasing a lifestyle designed for someone else, financed by a system that's more than willing to let you fall? Because the next crash doesn't begin with Wall Street. It begins with everyday people, reaching too far for something they were never meant to carry. And this time, the fall might be even harder, unless we wake up before it's too late. Urgency. Awareness. Change. The American dream is worth striving for, but it's not worth drowning in debt.
Part 8.
Paradigms don't die quietly, even when the world has changed. Once a paradigm takes root, once people internalize a story about how the world works, it becomes dangerously hard to let go. Even when the facts change, even when the game is rigged, even when it's no longer working for them. After the financial crisis of 2008, Americans shed a mountain of debt. Interest rates plunged to historic lows, and for the first time in 35 years, household debt payments as a percentage of income hit rock bottom. On paper, it looked like a fresh start. But here's the twist. The very policies designed to rescue the economy also cemented the divide. Quantitative easing didn't just stabilize the system, it inflated asset prices. Who benefits most from that? The top 10%. Those who already own the assets. When the Fed backstopped corporate debt, it saved the financial system, but also protected the portfolios of the wealthy. Tax policy in the last 20 years tilted overwhelmingly toward the top. And when those families send their kids to elite universities, those kids go on to earn more, own more, and benefit more from the same cycle that gave their parents a head start. This is not a conspiracy. It's not a morality play. It's a reality check. None of these actions were inherently evil. Many were necessary. But collectively, they rewired the economy in a way that no longer feels fair. The rules shifted. Quietly, systemically, relentlessly, beneath the feet of millions of hardworking Americans. The idea of a broad, thriving middle class, where your neighbors live a life like yours, where effort equals reward, where success feels earned, that dream hasn't been the norm for decades. And yet we still believe in it. We want to believe in it. Why? Because for a brief golden moment after World War II, it was true. And it felt good. It felt just. It felt like America was working. That memory is powerful. And people don't let go of something that once gave them hope, even when the evidence says it's gone. But here's the call to action. If the old paradigm no longer serves us, if it no longer reflects our reality, it's not enough to mourn its passing. We must build a new one that's honest, one that's fair, one that doesn't pretend everyone is starting from the same place. Because the longer we cling to an outdated dream, the more power we give to a system that quietly leaves millions behind. The question isn't whether it's fair. The question is, what will you do now that you know the truth?
Part 9.
This isn't working. The emotional revolt of a generation. There comes a moment when a society collectively stands up and screams, not always with words, but with action, protest, rebellion, and the quiet fury of the ballot box. Stop the ride. I want off. That moment is now. The Tea Party. Occupy Wall Street, Brexit, Donald Trump, different ideologies, different languages. But listen closely and you'll hear the same desperate undertone. This system, whatever it was supposed to be, isn't working for me. For decades, Americans were sold a promise that if you worked hard, played by the rules, and stayed in line, life would work out. That the American dream was available for everyone. But reality has been far messier. Inequality widened, trust frayed, and many woke up feeling like they were no longer in the world they were promised, but in someone else's dream entirely. And it made them furious. This wasn't just economic frustration. It was betrayal. You can scoff at blaming Trump or Brexit on income inequality alone, and you should. History is always a tangled web, but let's not pretend this isn't a critical thread. Millions felt abandoned, disrespected, unseen. And in the digital age, where every Instagram scroll is a reminder of what others have and you don't, the pain deepens. Why does it feel like I'm falling behind, even when I'm running as fast as I can? Benedict Evans nailed it. The more the internet exposes people to new points of view, the angrier people get that different views exist. It's not just inequality of income anymore. It's inequality of visibility, of dignity, of narrative control. And it's explosive. We used to live in a world where expectations aligned, where what was normal was shared across communities. Not anymore. The gap between reality and expectation has become a chasm, and that dissonance is emotionally unsustainable. Here's the hope. The story of economics is not a straight line. It's cyclical. Things break, then they're rebuilt. Wages for the poor are rising faster than for the rich. Unemployment is low. The cost of college is stabilizing. And if you take a sober look at advancements in medicine, communication, civil rights, we've never lived in a more advanced, inclusive, or connected world. But progress doesn't cure pain, unless people feel it. And here's the urgency. Expectations lag behind reality. That's why even if the middle class starts to rise again, the belief that the system is rigged may linger for a generation. So yes, the era of this isn't working may persist, and the dangerous craving for something radically different right now, anything but this, will persist too. That feeling is a tinderbox. It's how history tips. It's how new ideologies take root, some hopeful, some horrifying. It's what started the cascade of events that led to World War II. And here we are again, a world at a crossroads. The future is unwritten, but the pen is already in our hands. This is not a time for apathy. This is a time for awareness, a time to look backward with clarity and forward with urgency. Because history is not a straight road. It's a storm of moments, one damned thing after another. And if we don't learn why people are shouting, we may all get swept away in the echo. Conclusion that encapsulates the themes of change, resilience, and opportunity from the perspective of the book's narrative. In the echoes of history, amidst the rise and fall of economies, one truth remains steadfast. Change is the only constant. From the depths of the Great Depression to the heights of economic booms, each era has forged its path, leaving indelible marks on our collective journey. Yet, beyond the tumultuous waves of economic cycles, lies a beacon of hope. The resilience of the human spirit. In every crisis, individuals and communities have risen to reclaim their futures, guided by unwavering determination and a vision for tomorrow. Today, as we stand at the crossroads of uncertainty and promise, let us heed the lessons of the past. Let us embrace the challenges with courage, knowing that within every challenge lies an opportunity to innovate, to rebuild, and to thrive. As we navigate the complexities of a globalized world, let us harness the power of knowledge and foresight. Let us forge new pathways to prosperity, driven by a deep-seated commitment to progress and sustainability. For in our hands, we hold not just the legacy of our past, but the potential to shape a future that honors our aspirations and empowers generations to come. Let us dare to dream, to act with conviction, and to pioneer a new era of prosperity and shared success. Together, let us embark on this journey, guided by wisdom, fueled by passion, and united in our pursuit of a brighter tomorrow. Does this capture the essence you were looking for?